All right, we're going to go live in three, two, one. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. Good evening. We are, 2 days out now? Kamala Harris has been soundly defeated a mere 2 days ago, but it feels like it's been a long, long time ago. Wow. It's crazy. I suppose you won't ever hear from Kamala Harris to any significant degree anymore. I kind of wonder, will you hear much from the likes of Tim Walz either? Now, Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota, but um, I'm just gonna give it to you straight up because I'm still kind of baffled by what went on simply because the voting totals are so bad for the Democratic Party. I mean, they are really, really bad for the Democratic Party. I'll go ahead and give you some of the numbers of what the Democrats are looking at because you see the title of this show is why did Kamala Harris lose by so much? I mean, for lack of a better phrase, she literally got her ass kicked. The Democrats got their asses handed to them. Yet they were constantly saying that Trump was the boogeyman. So if Trump was allegedly so bad as candidate, why did the Democrats lose by so much? Here are some of the totals that came in. Now, the out of men 18 to ages 18 to 29, this is the young men 18 to 29, the ones who just really started voting. Kamala did win that group, but barely. And that's the young crowd is generally who votes Democrat, 49 to 47%. So she barely even won the young voting men. Ages 30 to 44, she lost it. 51% to Trump, 45% to her. Men that are 45 to 64, that would include myself in that group. 59-40. So she lost middle-aged men, by a lot. 59% to 40. And of course, senior citizens 65 and up, 54% to Trump, 44% to Kamala Harris. So she lost older men, middle-aged men by, in fact, she lost just about every group. The only group she even came close, like I said, she won the 18 to 20-year-olds by only 2 percentage points. So essentially, she did horrible with men. Now, the women are slightly different. Remember, this is the group where all of the women were going to vote Democrat. The women were going to stand up after losing abortion rights and all that. They were going to really be on the side of the liberals. Did not happen, folks. Did not happen whatsoever. Among the women, like I said, 18, 29-year-old women, the ones who are first-time voters and most likely to be fertile, she did very well. 63% to Trump's 36%. 63% of young women, 18 to 29-year-olds, 63% of those voted for Kamala Harris. Now, she did way better with young women than she did with young men. 36% of that group went to Trump. So she kicked ass in that one group. Now, women 30 to 44, which those still include fertile women, 56% to Kamala Harris, 41 to Trump, and from that point on, it isn't anything to be happy about. Women 45 to 64, that's once again in my group. Those are the middle-aged women. She got 50% of those. Trump got 48%. Most likely, the 45 and up crowd are the ones that are far more reliable to vote. So you're going to get far more of a percentage of the 45 to 60-year-olds showing up to vote than the percentage of 18 to 29-year-olds. So you're going to get a larger percentage. And of course, women that are in the senior citizen category 65 and up, she got 54% of them. Trump got 45. So she did win a little bit there, but she lost so brutally bad with men. Now, in addition to that, we can talk about blacks, Hispanics, and we're going to talk about whites. I think white males, if I'm reading this off the top of the dome, she got 54% of Hispanic males voted for Trump. What the fuck? She actually lost in regards to Hispanic males. That's significant. Hispanic men voted more for Trump than Kamala Harris. And the Hispanic women, Trump got about 38% of them. So Hispanic women voted more for Kamala, but that's still not great. Normally, the minority vote, the people of color, tend to vote Democrat. That didn't happen with Kamala Harris. The only group she won by a large margin were African Americans. But as I often say on the show, African Americans by far represent the smallest numbers of the three groups: white, Hispanic, and African American. African American only like 13-15% of the population. So you can certainly win an election, a national election, without the Hispanic vote. It's not necessary to win it's something you should pay attention to, but you can certainly win a national election without the Hispanic vote. Some of the swing states, it may make a difference, but outside of the swing states, without the African American vote, you can definitely do it. Appreciate the turkey, Buckeye. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. So what I'm going to be asking, we got a few topics, but I want to start out with this one because I think it's worthy of noting. Why did Kamala Harris lose by so much? Why did the Democrats do so poorly in this election? Trump is the man, I get it, but this is a huge loss. 226 electoral college votes to Kamala Harris, only 295 to Trump, only 226 to Kamala Harris, and they still haven't tallied in on this map. Arizona and Nevada hasn't been tallied in. Trump is likely to win both of those two. Why did she lose so bad? Let me go to the box. We'll go to the other two questions in a moment, but I do want to hear from some folks in the box there. I want to bring up S. Friday. Good evening. Welcome to the program. Kamala Harris lost by a lot. S. Good evening.
Hey, good evening, handsome. I don't think she lost by a lot. It looks worse than what it is. If you look at a lot of these states, yes, she lost by a lot, but she lost by very little in a lot of places, if that makes sense.
You're talking about like 80 electoral college votes, and she lost the popular vote. What is your definition of a lot?
Right. So when you go into these key swing states, there's a lot of them that were only won by 40, 60,000. So when I say that she got crushed, when you look at it from electoral college, she was crushed. I anticipated she would lose, but never did I think it was going to be this bad.
Okay. So you do think she lost by a lot?
When you look at it from the electoral college standpoint, but when you look at it from the swing states, she didn't get blown out in the swing states in any way.
I mean, how often does a Republican lose the popular vote? How often does that even happen?
Well,
we in the Republican vote.
The last time they won it was back in like 20 years ago.
Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out why you are hesitant to say she didn't lose by a lot.
Well, she did in the aspect of electoral college. I don't think this was like a huge landslide victory when you look at the votes in the key states, like the swing states. But
she lost every swing state. She didn't win a single swing state.
I know she did, but she didn't lose it by a lot, and I'm shocked because I thought it was going to be a lot harder, given the way that the abortion, the abortion issue. I thought that would have played a way bigger effect, and I thought if she won, I thought that's what was going to win it for her, was the abortion.
And it's pretty obvious women did not show up. She got trounced with white women voted more for Trump. Obviously, white men. I mean, she got trounced in most categories. I mean, I just, to me, she lost by a lot. I know you got a difference of opinion on it slightly, but she really got her ass kicked to me.
And Dawn, I voted for Trump, but in the comment, I'm a Trump supporter. I supported Trump in this election. So it's not like I have any reason to be in denial, or it's not like I have any reason to stand up for Harris. Trust me, she's not somebody that I'd want to vote for.
So why do you think so many people agreed with you? Why do you think she lost by so much? That's what we're asking.
Because, you got to look at the left. The left, all they did this whole time was attack Trump for his character. Oh, he's a 34-time convicted felon. A lot of us feel like it was political prosecution.
But you know,
So
he said she was dumb, she was stupid, she was born mentally ill. What was he not attacking her character as well?
yes, but and I agree with you on that. I understand that. But what I'm saying is like a lot of the left wanted to bring up all of his legal issues. But when you have a big group in America that feel like these legal issues were political, like that, I think like that's just not what the left's seeing. Like the left's just seeing like, how could y'all vote for someone that's a 34-time convicted felon? Well, we're not voting for him because he's a felon. We're voting for him because we believe that he's going to take America to the right place.
You're not voting for him because he's a felon, but yet you're wearing T-shirts that says "I am voting for the felon."
Right, because the left loves to point out that he was convicted 34 times of a felon. So what are we going to do? Hey, we're voting for a felon, but that's not why we're voting for him.
Okay.
You know, and the other thing that goes, you know, the sincere question I have for a lot of Democrats that no one has seemed to have an answer for yet. Well, how did Biden get 81 million votes? There's like 20 million votes that are missing. Now, I'm not one to say that the election was rigged or stolen in 2020, but it raises a lot of questions when he had 81 million votes in 2020. Everyone's saying it's the most free and fair election we've ever had. And then this year, we're down 20 million votes. You're telling me 20 million people decided, you know what, we're just going to sit at home and not vote?
I'm actually tending to say yes. I mean, when I see how many African Americans voted for Kamala Harris, how many Hispanics, voted for Trump, rather, how many Hispanics voted for Trump, it's a good chance that some of them didn't want to really go down there and vote for Trump, but they really despised Kamala Harris. I could see it, yeah. I think there's a whole lot of people that sat this one out.
Right, but I mean, 20 million? Like, dude, that's a lot of people. You're saying, you know, he had more votes than Obama did, and you know how big of a deal it was when Obama got elected.
Yeah. Well, Trump got more.
Like I said, all I'm saying.
Didn't Trump get more votes than Obama too?
Right, but every year you're going to have more and more voters.
Then there's your answer.
So why this year? How come this year we didn't have near as many voters as we did in 2020?
I mean, to me, the answer seems obvious. When you look at Trump, he campaigned probably for damn near a decade. I mean, when he came down the escalator in 2015 and began campaigning for the nation's highest office, he has not stopped campaigning since that point. He held rallies throughout his first presidency, throughout the offseason as a citizen, and continued. I mean, so Kamala Harris been holding rallies for about 107 days. So when you talk about why only so many few people with Kamala Harris, a lot of people, that was one of the most popular complaints about hers. We don't know what she stands for. We don't know who she is. She's only had 107 days.
So then would you say that was on her for not coming out and, you know, explaining herself enough?
No, it's on fucking Biden. It is on Biden. I mean, even if she took every interview we're suggesting, if she went on Rogan, she has 107 days, and she's going up against a guy that's probably been campaigning probably a couple thousand days. I mean, it's in a different universe. Biden should have never tried to run a second time. That is where the problem is. If Biden announced he was not running a second time, we would have had a Democratic vote. Kamala Harris probably would not even been a fucking candidate, but even if she was, now she has at least a year or two to campaign.
Okay, so on that point, so you're blaming it on Biden.
Yes.
But why didn't other people run against him? Why did people not come out and tell America what his state of mind really was? Why try to cover up that the dude's an old man that needs to be in a nursing home?
Lord APOC, appreciate that. I think there were some lower level people that did that. Just like I don't favor a lot of Republicans not coming out and actually holding Trump accountable for January 6th and some of that shit. People don't want to go against the head of the party. That's my opinion. Is people don't want to go against the head of the party. I mean, I could tell you a host of things that Trump has done. I hate to deflect like this, but I can tell you a host of things that Trump has done and ask, why didn't more Republicans complain about that? And it's because they don't like to go against the head of the party. They knew Biden was in far worse condition. Huh?
I don't think it's deflecting. It's comparing apples to apples. I wouldn't call it deflecting.
Okay.
Um,
But
no,
what I'm saying, but you do understand what I'm saying.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, a lot of these issues are issues that we have been talking about for how long, and the left's answer to it is, oh, you're just homophobic. Oh, you're just racist. Oh, you just don't want to see a woman. You're misogynistic. Like, nobody took our concerns serious. And
I agree with you 100%. And this is where you might think of it as deflection. If Trump had a loss, you and I would likely be having the same conversation about why Trump lost, because it would be the same thing. A lot of Democrats had a whole lot of concerns about Trump and the Republican Party. You guys ain't really took the Democrats' concerns seriously either. It's just that people are more concerned with what the Republicans are fighting for than what the Democrats are fighting for. But it's not like the Republican Party is taking them. I mean, like I talk on the show all the time about Trump offering to give the police immunity from prosecution. I don't get a lot of sympathy from the right on that. So what? Just behave. Just comply. So I do agree with you that the Democrats were ignoring kitchen table issues like the economy. People were pissed off about the border. They don't want their daughter playing against a guy in school. And the Democrats, including myself, I'm not going to put myself above that. I've even tried to indicate or downplay some of that shit. And it cost the Democratic Party. But I do push back a little bit and say neither side gives a damn about the other side's issues. I mean, fuck your feelings is a perfect example of that.
Mm-hmm. So do you think the Democratic Party is going to stay as woke as they are now? I mean, just simple things, and let's be realistic about it.
No, it's not. No.
Being able to say, what is a boy and what is a girl? Just simple stuff like that.
No.
Like, do you think that the Democrats are going to stay as woke as they are right now? Or do you think that they're going to try to come back to the center and be like, all right, listen, if you were born with a ding-dong, you're a dude. If you're born with a cut, then you're a female.
When you lose as bad as they have lost, you would be a fool to stick to the same issues or take the same stance on some of this stuff that you took in 2024. My guess is they'll still feel it, but just like defund the police or socialism, during the Obama administration, they realized socialism was a demonization word and it was really hurting the party. So you started having less and less Democrats using that word, just like defund the police. They realized that was really hurting the Democratic Party. You don't hear any main Democrats talking about defunding the police. And some of the transgender issues, I think, will ultimately go that way. But like I told you a minute ago, if Trump had a loss, you would probably have a Republican Party saying the same thing. From now on, I don't want anybody talking about we won the 2020 election or some of that same stuff, like Haitian migrants, all of that stuff, you guys would be saying the same thing. But because you're one, you don't have to worry about that. But yeah, I agree with you. The Democrats did not listen to they weren't listening to some of the main issues coming from a lot of voters.
Right. Well, I think they were listening. They just weren't taking it serious. Like I said,
What's the difference?
When you sit here and you deny that there's a issue at the border for the first 3 years of your presidency, and then you decide the last year, hey, there's an issue. Because and you're just trying to. At that point, it looks like you're just trying to get us to vote for you. You don't really believe it. And you can say, well, the Republicans are the ones that stopped the border bill. Well, no, they did. I mean, there's more to the story than you got to look at why did they stop that bill. You still put a number on how many people you're allowing to come into the country before anything takes effect. Like,
I don't buy that. Let me just say this. By the time that border bill came out, 3 years into Biden's administration, listen, Trump had his eyes on the prize. I think you could have sat down with the Republican Party and gave them everything they wanted in that border bill. And I think Trump still would have squashed it because you had Republicans come out and admit that they received a call and they told him, if you help Biden fix the border, your career is over with. So I agree. I understand your point. I won't say I agree, but I understand your point that maybe still too many immigrants are coming in the bill, or we didn't want money going to the Ukraine or Israel. But in my opinion, that was just an excuse to shoot the bill down. They didn't want a successful bill, a successful bipartisan bill, because Trump was going to run on immigration. And if all of a sudden it's settled, that's going to take away one of his core promises to run on. And he won a lot of votes based on Biden's open border issue. So no, we can talk about it wasn't good enough. but they didn't want it to be good enough.
Right. I can understand, and I can't totally disagree with you on
Yeah.
that. But part of it is I think a lot of people had their minds made up already
True,
at the
true.
time that border bill came out. I mean, if we're being honest, like a reasonable person would have been like, "Listen, why did you wait 3 years in to do something? Even if that border bill would have passed,
Yeah.
I don't think that that's what made people go for Trump in any way, shape, or form."
I think
Somebody
it's a
else.
combination of a bunch of the things we've been mentioning, such as woke issues. I didn't realize how, even though there's so few transgender in this country, so few of them actually trying to play on biological things. I've been downplaying this the whole time, but I didn't realize how many folks are like frightened of this happening. I mean, I've said it on my program several times. Like, well over 99% of schools in America are not dealing with this. But yet, there's a large portion of the voting constituency that believe it's going to be a major problem. So, even though it's not happening, perception is reality. People were voting based on it.
Right. And one of the last things I would say, I think another thing is too, like they made it seem like there was so much more energy for Harris than what there really was. And I think that made a lot of Democrats comfortable to sit this one out. Like the ones that did sit out, I do feel like a part of that may have been because they felt as if there was so much energy for Harris that their vote really wasn't needed, if that makes sense.
Could
You
be,
know,
could be.
when
I
you
mean, just like, well, you got to
when
keep in
you
mind that's the goal, is to make it sound like your campaign is the driving force. I mean, remember Trump said he had the largest inauguration in history, and he then later said he
yeah.
had a crowd that was bigger than Martin Luther King's "I Have a Dream" speech. That's kind of what they do.
And you and I have spoke about this before. Trump, he exaggerates everything.
Yeah,
It's there's no reason to exaggerate it. Just be honest about it. Things are already bad enough. You don't have to exaggerate like the
yeah.
numbers at the border, or like you have a big enough crowd. You don't have to exaggerate how big it is. But when you
I
look
can
around
only
the numbers,
imagine what that guy. I can only imagine what that guy used to tell girls when they asked him how big's your dick. I mean, his exaggeration is off the chain. I'll give you the last one. Go
right?
ahead and wrap it up. Go ahead and I'll take
Yeah,
us home.
and what I'll say on the last thing too is like I'm from Pennsylvania, and the last 2 years, I mean the last two elections, you drive around, all the support you see is for Trump. Very rare did you ever see Biden support. Very rare did you ever see Harris support. I think the Democrats next time need to be more open. If there's that many people that support the Dems, put more signs up in your yard. Show
Yeah.
don't be afraid to say who you vote for because I think one of the things that led us to believe that the election may have been rigged in 2020 was all you see is support for Trump. You never see these crowds. You never see these signs for Biden. But then when you win an election by 20 million votes, I mean, you're having 20 more million votes than any other Democrat. Like it just raises concerns. So
Yeah, but
I
you
just
know
think the
something. I
Democrats.
will say I can understand people who saw that election and was concerned. But when you got Trump on television in 2020 on the night of the election talking about you've already won, and below him there's a ticker showing the votes are still coming in. I think Pennsylvania was at like 20% because Chris Christie was on ABC that year, and he's like, he shouldn't be on TV doing this yet. I mean, and then of
Yeah.
course you've had the million voting machines. I mean, it's pretty clear that even though that 2020 election may not look right, Trump's exaggerations, Trump certainly lied about stuff that he had no reason to say, such as I won by a landslide. Even with his term this time, I don't think we'll ever see any proof that he actually did some of the things he said in that election. So, in my
Well,
opinion, what he said to the American people is also election fraud. You have no right to be on TV saying all this stuff.
right. No, I mean, yes and no. I don't know. Like, the problem is, I truly feel that in his heart, he believes that he won that election and he won it by a landslide. Like, I truly feel,
Yeah, but
and I think
at what
I think a
point?
lot of that is because you don't see the support for the Dems like you do for Trump.
But
I mean,
you have an attorney general in Jim Barr. You got every governor. At what point will you accept what people are telling you? You hired your own third party agency to do a recount in Georgia, to do a recount in Arizona. They're coming back and telling you you lost. I mean, is it a case where you say that I don't care who tells me, I don't care what investigate, I'm just not going to believe it? Because you got everybody that is on his side all of the Republican governors, all of the Republican Senate, everybody that served on his administration, his own vice president, his own attorney general, his own top cop, they're all telling you, we looked into it, you lost. So, I mean, like, shit, how do you get the guy to believe what's going on?
Do you think her VP pick? I'm sorry, I know we already said the last thing. Just one last question, and I promise you I'm done. Do you think her VP pick had anything to do with maybe why she lost? When I ask that, I want you to keep in mind, when Trump came out and he was saying that they were doing ABs after they were born, it did come out that wasn't necessarily true, but they did have no limits in Minnesota, for example, on when you can have an abortion. So, if a woman,
just to answer your question real quick, I don't think Tim Walz helped her campaign out at all. I do got to move it on, but I don't know if her pick hurt her, but I don't think he helped her out in any way, shape, or form. Appreciate you coming through, man.
Right on.
All right, and I will say, in continuation of what I was discussing with my last caller, mostly the governor of Pennsylvania would have been a better pick. I do believe that the governor of Pennsylvania would have been a better pick, but they opted to go against him. Probably because he was Jewish. And before I go to the next caller, I will just say this. When you only got 107 days to campaign against somebody that's well-known, well-liked, at least by the Republican Party, and they've been campaigning for, 10, 15 times as long, it's an incredible feat to overcome. I mean, regardless of how we want to look at it, Kamala Harris was not a very popular candidate. I wouldn't hesitate to say even someone like Michelle Obama, everybody thought she could win. Even she would be somewhat challenged when you can only campaign that short period of time. Now, she is known more than Kamala Harris, though. That would help out, is that Michelle Obama, people do know who she is. They've known who she is for over a decade. Nobody really knew who Kamala Harris is or was. So you got 107 days to get out there and do that. That's really challenging. You'd have to be really fucking likable to make that move that quick. Anyhow, look at the comments. I'll continue on with the program. Tap the screen, get the likes up to about 20,000. You know how we run the program. We do not block, ban, or censor anyone. We are indeed MAGA friendly. You always grab the MAGA hat. I gotta get more. I gotta get the 47. I got to get the 47 because he is the 47th president. So I do want to say, though, we don't block, ban, or censor. We have always been MAGA friendly from day one. We always will be. Nevertheless, liberals are welcome as well. I will ask that you tap the screen, smash that like button on YouTube, vertical and horizontal. And I'll go to the comment section. JD Vance is a great guy. I've met him a few times. He's super smart. I'd have to say people would like him more than Trump if they met him personally. Fair enough. I mean, listen, at the end of the day, I think they're all going to be likable when they're trying to get your vote. I mean, can you imagine an asshole trying to get your vote? I mean, now that he's became the elected VP, who knows? We'll see. I mean, because some of them might be putting on a persona just because they want your vote. All right, let me go back to the box here. Told y'all Trump was gonna win by a landslide. Well, if you told us, you were right. He did win by a landslide. Thank God Trump won. We need some normal. You really, you're going to let me correct you on that. Now my viewer said, "Thank God Trump won. We're going to get some normal." No, you're going to get some traditional. Trump will bring back traditional America, Christianity, gender affirmation. You know what a girl is, you know what a boy is. Trump will bring you tradition. Normal? No. A president in office using all kinds of slang and cuss words to describe other Americans and calling towns shitholes, that ain't normal. That's not normal. You'll get tradition out of Trump. You're not going to get normalcy. Except I see in the comments, a pimp, Furback says racism is yours. You're going to get out of him. Let me go back to the box. You're not going to get normalcy out of Trump. I can tell you that much. Continue on with the program. Lord APOC, good evening. Welcome to the program. Why did Kamala Harris lose by so much? I got other topics I want to discuss, but this one is a concern. Lord APOC, good evening.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. Why by so much? Why did she lose by so damn much?
Personally, I think it was just the message, the platform.
What do you mean?
The reason, not to go off base of the question at hand, reason why I requested is the 2020 and the election counts and votes that was made in the previous call. I want to entertain this thought because I've been waiting so patiently for this election.
Hold on. I'm gonna let you get into it. I just want to respond to one comment real quick on YouTube horizontal. Okay. Somebody said we don't want normalcy if Megan Thee Stallion is normal to you. We don't want it. So you want Kid Rock, the guy who goes out and shoots up beer cans, but the twerking Megan Thee Stallion is too much, huh? All right, I get it. The guy who shoots up beer cans because he don't like the person on the front of it. That's what you want. But when it comes to some twerking, some African American rapper that just goes out there and shakes her ass around like the old Elvis used to do, all of a sudden now you don't keep going. All right, let me hear what you got, Lord.
Okay, so I've been waiting patiently for this election because the vote counts when it comes down to the quote unquote stop the steal kind of angle from 2020. If you look at history and you look at like the previous presidential elections and all the votes and stuff, they're generally around about the same totals within a percentage or so. Mm-hmm. You hit 2020 and then of course you got all those votes that came in at, what was it, 5 million, what I don't even remember the count. But then you come to this election, which is what I've been waiting for. The vote total is just like the previous past totals. It mirrors the general area of that count.
So what's your point on this?
What if it was stolen in 2020 and the vote totals kind of prove it?
Here's the problem I have. I understand that. I get what you're saying now. When you got damn near every Republican in power saying it didn't happen, I hear all of the concerns you have, but it's hard to believe that they would lie about an election being stolen when they are the ones that would remain in power. Mike Pence would have got a second term if what Trump was saying is correct. And then, of course, the fake electors, you find out people on the Republican side were genuinely trying to steal the election. You see what happened with Dominion voting machines where they clearly were lying, or you hear what Ruby Freeman and Shay Moff, what happened with Rudolph Giuliani. And it's like, we're saying the Democrats stole the election, but we're actually catching Republicans in crimes. So even if the Democrats stole the election, it's going to be hard to see it because it's clear the Republicans were not on the up and up either. You get my point?
It's strange to me. It is what it is.
Okay, you breaking up or something's going on. Say that again.
I get your point. It just the totals of the vote counts between all the years of the past, 2020, and now that we have the totals coming in from this year, mirroring up with the previous past minus 2020. It just seems strange. That's all.
Yeah, I can work with strange, but I will say this: if we were focusing on the concerns you have about the vote totals, and we didn't have all of those Republicans making all that other stuff up, we could entertain your argument with a lot more clarity. But once you start catching Republicans making up stuff like the Dominion voting machines and Ruby Freeman passing around vials of crime, once they started adding all those lies in there, even if what you're saying is true, the credibility is lost because there's so many folks that have been caught documented lies about the election coming from the Republican Party.
Right on.
Yeah.
Anyway, as for Kamala,
yeah.
I don't know, the message, I don't know, it just seems to be off, and the whole woke thing, of course, everybody's going to take that angle.
Nope.
But I think my biggest problem with her would be, or actually the party itself, is letting Biden just select her and bring her in. And I'm sure this has been talked about in nauseum, but it almost seems like I think.
What? They got you.
I almost.
I saw a violation. I don't know why that popped up. Keep going.
Yeah, I know that was weird.
That's very weird.
I think they would have had or let me ask it this way: do you think they would have had a better shot if they were actually able to do a primary for a candidate?
Not with Biden stepping down so late. That's one of the problems one of the benefits that Trump had is that he was a very well-known candidate, and
you don't think Kamala was known?
No, hell no. I mean, she was a senator for a short period of time, and before that, she was in California politics.
Well, she was also the vice president.
I don't think people know Mike Pence. I don't think people really knew Al Gore. The vice president don't get a lot of attention like that.
Interesting.
I don't know a lot about Mike Pence. I mean, he was governor of Indiana, but I mean, I don't think most Americans really know a lot about his policies.
I'm a political junkie, so I guess I couldn't.
Well, yeah. But the point I'm making is Kamala Harris and Tim Walz ran for 107 days. If there had been a Democratic election to pick somebody, now that person is probably running for about 40 or 50 days. I mean, you're going against somebody that's been running for probably 2,000 days or more. I mean, Trump's been running for president since he became the candidate in 2015. He has never stopped holding rallies. You're going against that in 40 or 50 days, it's just not possible.
Then if bringing her in as an unknown candidate, then the only thing you'd have to go by is the message and their track record. And
there's no time for her to correct it. That's also another point, is that you say track record. When you say track record, you got Trump out there saying Kamala Harris is for anything. He could just throw anything out there. You don't have enough time to correct some of that stuff. We know everything Trump says about the Democratic Party is not honest. Everything the Democrats say about him is not honest. But you don't have enough time to correct his lies if you're only out there for 100 days. He'll keep you on the defense. Because, I mean, she's correcting the Haitian migrant thing. She's correcting all of this shit. Because he's flooding the airway with stuff, and a lot of it is not accurate. So how do you get to tell people what you're about if you're constantly correcting some of the things he's lying about? She don't have enough time for all that.
Answer the questions and go on as much media blitz as possible.
Well, a lot of the questions are probably going to be in relation to some of the things he said, though. I mean, Trump says the liberals are about giving a 2-year-old sex change. How do you think about that? You're on the defense. You ain't telling them about yourself now. You're correcting things that he's saying.
That's the fault of the media then. Because when she went on Brett Baier, it was all questions on her. And then Brett would press her on those questions. So that would be the fault of the media not posing the right questions so the people can get to know her.
Well, but if you had 1,000 days of campaigning like Trump, eventually people would ask you those questions. But when you only got 107 days, it's challenging. I mean, I get that she certainly should have done more interviews, but you're still going up against a campaigning juggernaut. There's literally campaign even when he don't need to campaign. He was holding rallies while president. Virtually nobody else has done that. So, I mean, 107 days and she wasn't really that known. The battle.
What do you think about the times where she actually took off? Especially near the end, and especially near the end of the campaign, when she took off a day or so.
It wasn't helpful, but I don't think it made much of a difference. I mean, it wasn't helpful for her to do that, but I don't think it made much of a difference. I mean, like I said, even if she had worked every day, because Trump was working every damn day, you're just not gonna catch up to this guy.
Right on.
All right. Appreciate you coming in, Lord.
I love you, brother.
Hey, sentiments exactly. Doors always open to you. Good conversation. Thank you. All right, moving on with the program. Middle class isn't Westmont, Canada. What are you talking about? The excuses are hilarious. Says, what is this? Says, we all we got. I like, isn't that the last guy that said we all we got? Didn't he get shot on the top of a rooftop? Said something followed by, Am I my brother's keeper? We all we got. CMB. Looking in the comments, how much did you get in ERTC and PPP? I didn't take out a PPP loan. And by the way, coming from the inner city of Chicago, I was literally surrounded by folks. Man, you better get some of this money. People lying on applications, shit like that. When I say I don't have a criminal record, damn it, I don't fuck around with crap. I just believe in being a law-abiding citizen. And by the way, for folks who did get that money, I want to say this. About a year ago, Biden signed into law an extension in regards to the statute of limitations. So they put it at 10 years so they can get you for PPP fraud from those COVID loans up to the year, I think it's 2032. I think it's 2032. So you remember when he hired all those IRS agents and people were, in my opinion, they probably hired those agents to look into getting some of that money back. And now that you got a Republican in office, Republicans don't like people ripping off the system. It wouldn't surprise me if all of a sudden you had a lot of people in the hood paying the price for those phony, fake PPP loans. And under Trump, I'm pretty sure MAGA would be applauding the hell out of that. Going in the hood, arresting people for fraud, I think you'd get a lot of applause from MAGA. Let me go back to the box real quick in the comment section. I do wanted to bring up, and I appreciate you folks that are holding on. Randy, good evening. Welcome to. Why did Kamala Harris lose by so much? That's the damn question we're asking. Why did Kamala lose by so much? And by the way, folks on TikTok, let me know if the live is having any issue, because if it is, Randy, good evening. You got a loud background. Can you hear me? Okay, I might have to move it on. Randy, you're going in and out. I don't know what you got going on there, but I'll move it on. Let me know, because I got the live on sale. Let me know on TikTok if there's any issue. I'll move it over to Wi-Fi. I got it. LOL. I own a business though. Well, if you got the PPP loan and you actually met the qualifications, then that's different. But we know people were making up that they own businesses. They were making that shit up. Some people got a lot of money that they had no right to get. Trump finna get rid of that and lay off IRS agents, says Big Dog. That's something I'd be curious. Now, they're not going to, before I go to the next caller, they're not going to do any tally on how many IRS agents voted for Trump versus Kamala, how many FBI agents. I'd be curious to know, because with him talking about getting rid of so many three-letter organizations, getting rid of the Department of Education, those are jobs. He's basically telling these people, I'm about to fire all of you guys. I'd be curious to know how many of them voted for Trump. Because, he's coming in saying you're about to lose your job. Going back to the box, Boebert got one. It was forgiven. Well, you know how that works. Let me see if I can bring on my next set. Brokeback Bob. Last time I heard that was in reference to an interesting movie. Brokeback Bob, good evening.
Hey, how you doing? I got a bad back, just so you know. And
okay. You picked a hell of a name to describe that.
Oh, it's got a good ring to it, and I want to eventually do lives. But I like your lives. I've been watching for at least 2.5 years, and I've never been on here. But under the circumstances, this struck me. I don't want a monologue or nothing, but go ahead and ask me. I'm probably going to go into
first of all, let me ask you this. While you were watching, was there any issue with the feed? Because I'm on mobile, I was wondering, it's been running okay?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Not at all. Not one lag.
Okay.
I've been here probably 45 minutes and see no lag.
Let me ask you, I'll ask you the second question, because we do want to talk about why Kamala Harris lost by so damn much, but what type of administration are you expecting from Trump?
Yeah, when the Chicago Bulls were the dream team, and they
in the 90s
did 5-12.
Yeah,
this is. I mean, people could wrap their heads around it, but Robert F. Kennedy kind of got kicked out of the Democratic Party. Tulsa Gabbard, she switched, and we got Elon Musk. that doesn't care about money, doesn't care about if he makes money or not. He doesn't. I already saw what he said.
Elon Musk doesn't care about making money. I mean, you realize how much, that's like when Trump said, I'm going to be the president for America and I'm not going to be running my businesses. That didn't turn out very well. Elon Musk cares about money, but keep going.
Well, I don't know. I think he's got enough money he doesn't care anymore, and he's trying to make a statement.
Rich people never have enough money. I mean, some of the wealthiest people out there are talking about, I don't want to pay more in taxes. Rich people always care about money.
That's true. I'm poor and I care about money, so I guess everybody does. Yeah. But anyways, what happened here, I believe, my analyst, why she lost, is the identity politics and the way they called us uneducated, the fabric of the United States. They didn't target the blue collar workers. This is a switching. I don't know if this is a party switch, but if they're going to belittle those people, this really shows. And I don't know why 16 million people didn't get up to vote after they spent $1 billion on this campaign. And yes, Biden should have backed out a little sooner, or I think he should have resigned and let her become president while she was campaigning. But anyways, the labeling, and the mustache man labeling and all this, and the fear mongering. I mean, we all play the political football to try to appease the people, but obviously Trump is a badass, and he's took a bullet. I mean, the guy ain't stopping. He doesn't need. I know. It was just crazy.
Let me just interrupt you. Hold on. Let me interrupt to say this, because Trump was saying, the same thing. He took a bullet for this country and all that shit. He was blaming that on the Democrats, as if a Democratic voter tried to take his life 3 times. I just think that the guy is very intelligent in terms of knowing how to spin things to make himself the victim. The same thing with the Democrats tried to lock me up. Hell, half of the people that are accusing you of being guilty for January 6th are Republicans. But he was able to spin it all to portray it as Democrats versus him. And even if the person is a Republican, like Liz Cheney, by the time he got done with Liz Cheney, people were damn near calling her a Democrat. So he's great at spinning it to fit the narrative.
But listen, though, the thing about what the pew or what his political beliefs were doesn't really matter. It matters about the.
Then why lie about it? If it doesn't matter what the pew-pewers political beliefs are, then why are you going around saying it's the Democrats that are trying to take your life?
No, we're not saying that.
He was saying it. Trump was saying it.
Secret Service should have never had somebody on the roof. It has nothing about if he was a Republican or Democrat, doesn't matter. But we all know that this was something weird, and it got led to this point. That's crazy, and we should all raise an eyebrow to security of our political people running, and
but I go back to what you said. I go back to what you said. If the assassins' political party did not matter, why was Trump trying to throw politics into it and suggest that the Democrats were the ones that were trying to take him out? He was saying that.
I don't believe he even talked about it. He talked about it one time, but the main thing is he obviously capitalized on it because it really did happen. There was all these people saying,
but it wasn't the Democrats doing it. The Democrats weren't putting hits out on him. He was trying to make it sound like the hits on his life were because somehow the Democrats were responsible for that.
Yeah, but if you just think for a second, do you think a Trump supporter would do that? That's really off the wall.
No, not necessarily a Trump supporter, but maybe a General Milley supporter or General Petraeus supporter, or maybe a traditional Republican might do it. There's a lot of people. A Hispanic might do it. There could be all kinds of other groups. They don't have to be just MAGA versus, Kamala Harris supporters. Trump said awful things about Muslims. It could be a Haitian. It could be a ton of other groups.
I don't care about the motive. Secret Service dropped the ball, and that's the fishy thing. Okay,
I get that. I agree with that.
That's pretty weird that somebody got that opportunity.
Not arguing with that.
Yeah.
I'm not arguing with the fact that the Secret Service did not provide him adequate protection. I'm bringing up the notion that he tried to label who tried to take his life. He ain't blaming the Secret Service. He blaming the Democrats for that. And that's just flat out wrong.
You saw the director of the Secret Service director actually say the lamest thing I ever heard is the pitch was too steep on that roof to man that. That was like the weirdest thing in the world. So, I mean, that just raises an eyebrow to the embedded bureaucracy that has a lot of control if we don't get this shit drain the swamp. And so anyways, I want us all to come together, and I think we will, because Trump's revenge, he said, is going to be his success.
So
he ain't taking revenge.
So you don't see him trying to go after anybody criminally, no name calling, no name calling, no tweets and none of that.
Even though the persecution he went through, no. This guy wants to leave a legacy. He wants to make America open their eyes, and he wants to straighten things out. And we don't want to do identity politics. I know it looks that way because they call all MAGA supporters trash and we're bigots and we're racist.
but you do realize libtards, socialists, Marxists. He said that Kamala Harris was born mentally ill. You do realize that it's not like Trump is not sitting there with a halo on, getting attacked for no reason. I mean, he's lobbing a lot of insults back.
No, we have to admit it is a war of words,
right?
And Trump is playing the game. He's rope-a-doping everybody. He works at McDonald's for a half hour. He's a garbage man.
I'm talking about insults. I mean, he said Kamala Harris was born, literally from birth. She was born mentally ill. Where the hell's that coming from?
I don't know, and we could toss that around, but that is not how we make the sausage in America. It is about democracy. If they're going to say that he's going to take away democracy and he is ranked up there with Zitler and all that, that's pretty mean rhetoric. But
what is it? Let me ask you this. What is the difference between calling him, Adolf, and him calling Kamala Harris a communist, knowing how many people that Stalin killed? What's the difference?
That's how you retaliate. When somebody's coming after you,
then you're not innocent anymore. Then once you start doing your bag, then you're not innocent anymore.
The only way you can look strong is to stick up for yourself. You cannot cower down to people that hate you. You gotta come back.
Sticking up for yourself. I agree with you with sticking up for yourself, but once you quit playing the victim at that point. We got into a fight. Trump they calling me all these names. Well, you call them names back. So what's the purpose of that? Why is he bringing up? They didn't call me Hitler, but he's not mentioning. Well, I did say she was mentally ill from birth. I mean, just at that point, you guys are in a fight. He's playing victim with it. He's making it sound like only he is being called names. He's not doing anything. He's not telling you that. Yeah, I'm doing a lot of shit too. I gotta move it on though.
No, you are very handsome, and I appreciate you letting me up. And I can't believe you didn't give me the time of day. But I mean, you did, but you didn't. And I must have struck a chord. Take care, buddy. I will see you again.
Yes, my door's always open to you. Good talk. Thanks for coming through.
All right, bye-bye.
All right, anytime. And as you can see, I appreciate the callers coming through. No issue at all with defending Trump. I do want to know, why the hell did Kamala Harris lose by so damn much? Trump kicked her ass. There is no denying that. Kicked her ass. The current totals, 226. Kamala Harris got 226 electoral college votes. Trump got 295. And Arizona and Nevada is still out there. I think Arizona's worth 10. And Nevada, if I'm correct, is worth about 6. So there's another 16 votes out there. And I believe Trump will probably get it. He will probably get Arizona, maybe both. They may have called one of them already. But the point I'm making is, why did she lose by so much? Looking in the comments, Charles Vaughn says Trump always starts attacks first. I'm not 100% certain of that, but I do agree. Now, my last caller was saying, you know what, he got to stand strong and defend himself. I do agree partially that a lot of Trump's attacks have nothing to do with self-defense. Some of those are attacks he initiated. Like, for instance, Megyn Kelly, who now endorses Trump, the riffraff between them started when Trump indicated that she was menstruating. As if because remember, she was the moderator of the debate between Trump and Hillary Clinton, and Trump tried to indicate that she was on stage menstruating, bleeding out of her whatever. She hadn't did anything to Trump. He just didn't like the way she moderated the debate. She was working at Fox News at the time. So all of Trump's attacks are not self-defense. Some of them are offensive attacks. And what he did to Megyn Kelly is a perfect example of it. I don't know about the Nikki Haley bird brain thing either. I don't know if that was a self-defense attack either. Anyway, let me go back to the bots though. I would like to get up to 30,000 on the likes, if you will. Tap the screen. Same on YouTube. By the way, if you guys favor civilized dialogue from all sides of the aisle without any concern of the host trying to block, ban, or censor you, you are indeed in the right place. We believe in uncensored free speech. You can be critical of anybody in the comment section. You can certainly criticize the host in any way, fashion, or form. We try to make it work. Obviously, don't get ridiculous. You know, somebody starts typing the N-word or some shit like that in the comments. Frankly, I'll let you say whatever the hell you wanted to say, but to some degree, the TikTok gods will stop you. So be critical, but keep the shit civil. Where's the tacos? Good evening. Welcome to the program.
Hey, what's up, handsome? I respect your program.
Thank you.
I love tagging you on a whole bunch of videos I normally do. But I think the problem with Kamala. Well, hi, how you doing? Sorry, first of all.
We're doing good. Hanging around like Mike Pence on January 6th. That's what I always say. So why did she lose by so much?
I think there were two major points. I think she liked authenticity. That's number one. I can explain that one.
I don't think you need to, but I'll listen to it.
And then number two, I think she didn't really care what the right had to say. I think she was just still preaching to her audience.
Yeah.
And she didn't really want to know what the other side wanted or wanted to hear.
But is that is that unique? I mean, do you think Trump cares about what the left has to say?
I think he does, but I think the problem with the left is that they pretty much control the media. And if you look, I've mentioned this before on your the last time you let me on. If you look at YouTube and you look at who was being broadcasted the most live, none of these news networks were even number one or top five being broadcasted on YouTube. It was actually a podcaster called PBD, and he's it was down the middle, and essentially nobody was tuning in to the news to get any type of real reports.
I can't speak to that. I mean, I haven't looked into that, so I can't say. But I do believe that the media. I do agree with you that a large portion of the media leans left, and because Trump is such a ratings juggernaut, a lot of the left-wing media outlets in the 2016 election against Hillary Clinton were putting Trump on because he says controversial shit. He makes people watch, and they realize we gave him so much free airtime, we helped him get elected. I remember Mike Huckabee, former governor of Arizona. I remember him saying, if I could get as much free airtime as Trump does, I would win an election too. So I think in 2020 and in 2024, particularly this time, they started realizing we can't just put all his speeches on television, even though we want the clicks and we want the views. We're helping him get elected. So this time they started not showing all his rallies and shit.
Yeah, well, here's if I could just go back to the authenticity thing, though.
Yeah.
When you look at, because I don't know how to say her first name right, and I know the left gets.
Let me help you out with that. You know what a comma is, right? Period, semicolon, comma. Just say comma, la.
I know, but I'm just not very cautious about other people's thoughts on names. You
won't be saying her name much longer anyway. But keep going.
All right, so Harris, VP Harris, The reason why I think she lacked authenticity because number one, um, let's go with when they asked her about where she's from, right? You had a podcaster named Candace Owens. She was doing her digging and stuff like that, and people actually started talking about that. People actually were driven towards that. And if people are going to listen to Candace Owens, a big influencer, she should have addressed that. And then another reason
I
why
mean, hold on a second. Listening to Candace Owens, hell, I'll let you continue, but watching Candace Owens describe different things and aspects of Kamala Harris is literally like watching Al Sharpton describe Trump. That is about as or Judge Joe Brown is another. That's about as biased as you can get. You know Kamala Harris, or you know that Candace Owens 0% of what she said about Kamala is going to be positive. It's 100. You just mentioned the media leaning left and all that. Kamala Harris is Candace Owens is the opposite of that. But keep going.
Right, but my argument for that, though, so for instance, like, I don't know if you listened to the Joe Rogan podcast when Trump was on, but he said, for instance, like the laptop, right? They censored the laptop a whole bunch, and he said that a lot of the counties that he lost were by margins of 2,000 all the way to like 20,000 votes. And just for that laptop false information, it swung about 50 to 100,000 votes, which essentially we don't know which way those votes were going. But that did influence about 100,000 votes.
But why is Kamala Harris seeing a negative vote total based on Hunter and Joe Biden's laptop? She ain't got nothing to do with that.
No. I was just comparing both stories, her ethnicity versus the laptop. Like, being not truthful or honest of where she came from or who she is or what she is does not matter. What truly matters is she willing to put up or fork out some type of information besides saying that she grew up in the middle class? Because every speech she started was, I grew up in the middle class, or I'm burdened by, or burdened this. Like, she didn't know how to be authentic. And if you look at her conceding speech, they made a video on TikTok, which most people get their news now off of social media platforms, not television. Somebody already came out and showed Hillary Clinton's conceding speech and Kamala Harris' speech, and all she did was take a few lines out of the sentences, and the speech was the same. She never, I think her, and I say this respectfully, I do think she has handlers, and I think she's never been able to be the authentic Kamala. And I tell you what, you say that she only had about 100 days, 120 days, 170 days, whatever it was.
107.
107 days.
Remember when Tim Walsh said we got like 100 days, we can do this in our sleep? When he first got announced, he made it clear it's only 100 days, we can do this, we can sleep when we die or something. He was indicating we don't have a lot of time, but keep going.
Right. Okay, so because she only had 107 days, I don't think that's justifiable, because if Joe Biden truly had a plan and she was going to take over for Joe Biden, she should have just transitioned with Joe Biden's policies, taken those policies as her own, because there should have been a plan already set for Joe Biden. And she should have revised that anyways, because if you look at J.D. Vance, when J.D. Vance showed up on the platform and debated Tim Walz, he blew Tim Walz out of the water, and he was spewing Trump's plans already. And then when he got on the Joe Rogan stage, J.D. Vance pretty much helped Trump push through the finish line, because a lot of people were still on the fence about Trump. And guess what Trump did? He put RFK on his team. Libertarians love RFK. And then if you look at J.D. Vance, he also pushed a lot of libertarians to go towards Trump's side. So you have to set up a team. And unfortunately, the rhetoric got old. Like, for instance, like, I respect you a lot, but I think you're so fixated on the January 6th. That was so 2020. We're in 2024 now, and we don't have any new evidence about January 6th. And the only new evidence that came out in the last 300 days was the Nancy Pelosi videos. So, like, there's still not enough evidence to convict Trump to really be.
You know why I'm fixated on January 6th? Because Trump brings it up at every rally. And let me respond to it. I'll let you keep going, but you said a few things that I took some notes, and I want to respond to some of them. I'll start out with you said, me being fixated on January 6th, because one of the things I was going to say when you said that she lacks authenticity, Trump gets the win because I believe to some degree Kamala Harris is held to a higher standard than Trump. For instance, Kamala Harris is not authentic, or maybe she doesn't have credibility, which is, I grew up in a middle class family. When Trump says something that's not true, well, he kind of exaggerates. He's telling you lies, but he's getting a pass because we're so used to hearing them exaggerate, which is another synonym for a lie, that we give him a pass on it. We don't know Kamala Harris that much, so we're going to hold her accountable for every lie she tells. Trump can tell 100 of them. He just exaggerates. So she'll never be in the same realm as him when she's being held to that standard and he's just being called an exaggerator. Now, you also mentioned the concession speech and how she plagiarized Trump. Keep in mind, Trump didn't give a concession speech at all. He was going around telling people the election was stolen and that he won by a landslide. Hold on, hang on. Let me.
It was Hillary, not Trump.
Well, you're mentioning Kamala Harris's concession speech, and the point I'm making is what?
Hillary, when Hillary conceded the first time versus
Trump, you saying she plagiarized it?
Yeah, you said Trump. My bad.
Okay, you're saying that Kamala Harris plagiarized Hillary Clinton's concession speech, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Once again, just like a lying versus exaggeration, we're actually criticizing the concession speech that Kamala Harris gave, saying that she plagiarized it. Trump's concession speech consisted of Biden stole the election. How's that for plagiarism? We haven't shown any proof that that actually happened. Right now, it looks like that's a complete lie. And he said that Biden stole it from him. Where's the evidence that Sleepy Joe, the guy with dementia that don't know where he's at, was able to orchestrate an election theft? So we're going to hold Kamala Harris accountable for her concession speech. But Trump is able to say all of this stuff about the 2020 election that is flat out false, and he doesn't get held accountable. What were you about to say?
Based on those, so on that point, though, on those two things, right, you said the only reason why I mentioned the plagiarism of the speech was because my argument is I don't think she was being authentic.
Right.
So somebody is writing scripts for her.
Right.
That's the only reason why I brought that.
Yeah, you're looking at her. You're looking at her plagiarized speech and saying she's not being authentic. But when Trump lies about the 2020 election, you don't see that as being inauthentic. He's not telling you the truth. He's not. That's not authentic. Okay. That's not accurate what he's telling you about that 2020 election. You're just not holding him accountable for it.
All right. So if that's your argument, then my argument would be on live TV on election night, CNN asked the person that was looking at the counties and the numbers on the votes on the counties. He asked, the person says, is there anything positive we can find about Kamala, which county she flipped or whatever? And when the guy put on there, he was like, which counties did she flip at least 3% or more than Joe Biden?
She did terrible.
County in all 50 states, none of them flipped. And if I can be honest, I don't think Joe Biden swayed a whole bunch of women like they think he did. I don't think Joe Biden is more popular than Kamala Harris. And I don't think Joe Biden is even loved that much to be loved more than Obama. And you're telling me that Kamala Harris was endorsed by Obama, was endorsed by Michelle Obama, was endorsed Megan Thee Stallion, Usher, all these famous rappers, everybody came out. Even Beyonce came out for her. And you're telling me she didn't flip one county, not even in a Democrat county, where there's and look at this. Check this out. Chicago is a pro-black mayors, right? They had Lightfoot, and then now they got the new mayor. And guess what? It's a sanctuary city having a black mayor. Now they got to pay $300 million more in property taxes. And these are appointing black people, and black people didn't get the support they needed. Yeah. And guess what? They proved that Democrats can't fix shit, and that's it. Like, sanctuary cities don't work. And I don't know.
Well, I don't. And listen, at the end of the day, being a native of Chicago myself, I get the immigration issue they're dealing with in Chicago, but I disagree with your notion that sanctuary cities don't work, because what's going on in Chicago and what's going on in New York is not organic. You had Governor Greg Abbott of Texas, and to a lesser degree, Ron DeSantis of Florida, deliberately flooded Chicago to make a point with immigrants. And the same thing with New York. If those immigrants that were coming across the border had been, they were given court dates because they pled asylum and they could go anywhere in the United States and into their court cases, they wouldn't all be in Chicago like that. That was done on purpose by the Texas governor. So what's going on in Chicago, although it looks horrible, that didn't happen naturally. That was done to make a point. And yeah, it looks bad, but it ain't how it would have normally went. Greg Abbott and Ron DeSantis is responsible for that flooding of immigrants in Chicago and New York that you guys are complaining about.
All right, so then how come it's okay for Chicago and Brooklyn and New York City to get all these migrants to be housed in all these hotels. But with the moment that Greg Abbott or Ron DeSantis dropped off immigrants in Martha's Vineyard, they were kicked out within a heartbeat. And all three of them are Democrat.
Well, then you got to blame that on the people of Martha's Vineyard, I guess. But I'm just simply saying, once again, once again, even the Martha's Vineyard thing, what you're talking about, Martha's Vineyard, that was another attempt to do what they did to Chicago and New York. The immigrants themselves didn't come to America all saying, we want to go to Martha's Vineyard. They was trying to make a point there too. And Martha's Vineyard just simply said, we're not going to let you do here what you did to Chicago. You can say it's right or wrong, but that's what they were trying to do.
You don't see the hypocrisy there, though, on the Democrat side?
Explain it to me.
All right, so you're saying that Martha Vineyard said, no, we're not doing this, we're not going to take them in. But Chicago didn't say that. New York didn't say that.
How big is Chicago and New York to Martha's Vineyard?
Say that one more time.
How large is the area of New York and the area of Chicago to a place like Martha's Vineyard? I mean, Chicago can handle this influx. New York can Martha's Vineyard take all those people in?
Listen, that defeats the point. Chicago's already filled. You got 3 families to 1 house. I've been to Chicago on Humble Park. Chicago has houses that are 3 families to 1 house already as it is.
Okay, so what's your point? Don't you think Texas Governor Greg Abbott knew that? He didn't give a damn about it. He was trying to flood Chicago.
All right, but his point wasn't just to flood Chicago. His point is that sanctuary cities do not work and it's unconstitutional, man.
We can go back and forth about that, but I'm sure the sanctuary city issue, as you say, sanctuary cities do not work. That wasn't the complaint from most sanctuary cities until they did that. I mean, sanctuary cities go back way before Texas Governor Greg Abbott flooded Chicago, and I didn't hear what they weren't working like that because the people were spread all around.
Because it was a car salesman's pitch, man. When a Democrat comes in, we want to help the poor, we want to help the poor, but the only time we help the poor is when China comes rolling down L.A. and San Francisco or California, wherever the hell Xi Jinping came in. Like when he came in, like they cleaned up the streets. There was no homeless people in California to be seen. When a communist dictator comes in, and they cleaned it up very fast. You know what I'm saying? So it's like these Democrats tell you that they're going to be a sanctuary city so they can win Hispanic votes. And unfortunately, if you would have had 4 more years of Kamala, I bet you that 20 million or 10 to 20 million would have been triple that number at the end of her 4-year term. And to be honest, I would love to help everybody, but we got to help our own first.
I don't buy that for a minute. I'll tell you now. I agree with you that the border issue was getting out of hand, and if Kamala Harris stayed in the way they were going, it could have been a ton of more, and we couldn't have handled that huge number. But that whole notion, that part you finished off with, where we got to help each other out. When Obama was president, there was no money going to the Ukraine, no money going to Israel like that. We didn't have open borders under Obama. They say he deported even more people than Trump. And we didn't give a damn about Americans trying to get universal health care. The idea that we're going to get rid of all these immigrants and stop sending money overseas and help out Americans, there's no evidence of that. Because they were totally against what Obama was trying to do, which was primarily helping out Americans. The whole tuition forgiveness thing. Most of the recipients of that would be Americans. Any social program you come up with, from food stamps on down, that will help out Americans, the first thing this country says is who's going to pay for it. They're not. Once this shit gets fixed under Trump, talking about the border, talking about the Ukraine money, they're going to still tell you, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. There ain't shit at the end of the rainbow. I'll give you the last word.
Well, look, I don't. As a conservative, I do not expect handouts.
Thank you. Then say that. Exactly.
But hear me out first. As a conservative, back in 2016 to 2020, I did not believe in handouts, and I did not believe in free college. I did not believe in having welfare for more than 5 to 10 years. I did not believe in those things unless you were like an elderly person.
Right.
But if we are willing to send $400 billion to Ukraine, if we're willing to send money to Lebanon and endorse Israel at the same time while Israel's bombing Lebanon, then I feel like the bureaucrats on both sides, right? Republicans and Democrats, both of them are warmongering and keeping the Middle East messed up on purpose.
I don't doubt that.
I personally feel now my position has changed. If you're willing to put $400 billion in a country that's not going to pay back, if you're willing to send another $300 million to Lebanon while you're only sending $750 checks to North Carolina, then that's a problem. Now I can see, okay, the American people could pay their student day of election. You know why? Because daddy is coming back home. And mama, you got to go clean the kitchen. I'm sorry.
All right. Appreciate you coming through,
look
man.
at the stock market and you'll be all right.
All right. Appreciate you coming through. Where's the tacos? Always open to you. Come on back through anytime.
Yes, sir.
All right. Moving on to the program. So I got a couple super chats, and for some reason on YouTube, they disappeared. Oh, shit. I really hate when that happens. I wanted to read the comment there. You have Mossad in your chat. Tim, I can tell you because Lucifer tells me that. Mossad, you know, the Secret Service of Israel. Somebody said that's Mossad. Mossad ain't got time to come and listen to my shit. I owe some apologies to at least a couple people that sent the super chat because YouTube is not letting me bring it back up. And but I do see another, you know something, before I go back to the box. Hey, by the way, tap the screen for my TikTok viewers. Get us up to about 40,000. Getting old, you know, we got to put on the spectacle. Kamala wasn't elected to run for president. That's one. This is coming from Cave Teeth. One, Kamala wasn't elected to run for president. That's true. Number two, she was possibly the least popular vice president in history. I'd have to really think about that. I don't know about that one. Number three, because Dick Cheney wasn't very popular either. Number three, she called Trump's voters Nazis. I don't know if there's any relevance to that, and I'll explain it in a minute. And number four, her main campaign point was abortion rights. She could not change. She should have expanded from just abortion rights. I'll agree with that. But in regards to calling the Republicans, you know, servants of Hitler, I keep saying this. I don't understand why calling Trump or calling Trump supporters the Third Reich is wrong, but calling liberals Marxists, communists, socialists, libtards, all of that stuff's okay. I'm just simply saying, and I've said this throughout the Trump campaign. Do not engage in name calling if you don't like to be called names. I mean, you're throwing around all of this shit, but then when they called us garbage, oh my God. Do not engage in name calling if you don't like to be called names. I mean, Trump came on the scene from day one. What was the response? Don't vote based on emotions, vote based on policies. That's what they were saying when Trump ran in 2020. Well, why are people emotional? Because he's saying shit. What did the term snowflakes come from? Snowflakes was created because he's saying shit about you and you're getting emotional about it. You can't handle an insult. You're a snowflake. But then all of a sudden, his supporters get called garbage, all of the ones that are calling people snowflakes, and now you've crossed the line. My sincere point is, do not call names if you don't like being called them. It's as simple as that. Because the liberals could respond to the whole, well, you called Trump or not. The liberals could say, well, fuck your feelings. Isn't that what you were saying when they were responding to all the tweets and mean insults? Fuck your feelings was the response. Your snowflake was the response. But now all of a sudden the liberals should curtail their insults. If you don't like being called names, don't call names. I'll say that. Michael Ryan, get ready for the most prosperous 4 years ever. Now, I like the sound of that. Kind of sounds like the term that Trump said in the beginning. You're going to get tired of winning. And I will tell you this, based on the tremendous red wave we just had. He lived up to that. He lived up to that. Taking the House, or better yet, taking the Senate, likely taking the House, winning by a landslide, electoral college-wise, winning the popular vote, far-right Supreme Court. The Roe versus Wade has already been rolled back. Tired of winning, I think at this point, at least from that standpoint, promises made, promises kept. The right has won so much since Trump came on the scene that you could probably compare him to all of the previous Republican presidents, at least in our lifetime, and he's done more now at this point. He's done more at this point. So he's certainly winning in that area. In the hood, we call it your mama. Yeah, I like your mama jokes. Exactly. You know, your mama's so cheap, you gave her a quarter, something like that. She wanted a refund. You hear all that stuff. Let me go back to the box. And I thank you folks that are tapping the screen. A few lazy thumbs in here, but thank you for the ones that are. One of my subscribers, Jeremy, good evening. Welcome to the program. January 2025 will be interesting in. Hang on a second,
Hello.
Jeremy. Hold on one second, Jeremy. January 25th, 2025 will be interesting when seize and look for illegal immigrants. I don't quite get what you're saying. And thank you for the super chat. LJ says Trump attacks public figures, left attacks citizens. Bullshit. Libtards are citizens. Shithole towns, those are citizens. That's not true. He attacks a lot of citizens. Jeremy, good evening.
Hello, Tim. It is a good time. I am so elated right now, and I hate to say I told you so, but I kind of did.
Congratulations. I lost money on this fucking election, to be honest with you, but you did win, and you won by a lot, so congratulations.
Thank you, Tim. But you know what? No matter what, you're still a human being. You know I love you, brother.
Appreciate it.
No matter what.
Thank you. So some of you folks want to deport my ass, and I was born in Chicago, so thank you for that.
Hey, leave the handsome man alone. Come on.
Hey. So let me ask you, why did she lose by so damn much? Why did she lose that bad?
Well, I think there's two major reasons. Number one, she only had really 6 weeks to really be the person on the ticket. Before it was Biden stuttering ass, and of course she was the vice president. But again, it was really Biden that we were all looking at him and all of his mistakes and his gaffes. So when you have only 6 weeks to prepare, I mean, you don't really have a whole lot of time to really galvanize everybody. But number two, let's just be honest. Let's be honest here. She just didn't run a good campaign. She didn't. I'm sorry to say it, but her campaign sucked. It shamed men instead of uplifting them and encouraging them. It focused too much on just the abortion issue and not a whole lot else. And a lot of
let me interrupt and say this. I think the liberals saw the abortion issue as, to some degree, catching up with the importance of the economy. Clearly, they were wrong. It's the economy, stupid. Shout out to James Carville. But I think the Democrats thought that abortion issue would be taken far more seriously by women than women actually took it.
Yeah, I mean, like a lot of women went for Trump.
Yeah.
That was kind of shocking, but it's true. And that's the thing. A lot of people don't realize there's a large religious a large proportion of the population, especially among women, that are actually religious. Back in, I believe it was 2017, somewhere around there was a CNN poll. I might be getting the date wrong, but there was a CNN poll back when Trump was first elected that actually showed that women had a larger percentage of people who were pro-life than the men did.
Well, but when you look at the actual numbers, now, with women 18 to 29 years of age, Kamala still won by a lot. 63% of that group voted for Kamala Harris, 36 for Trump, 30 to 44-year-old women. Now, the 18 to 29-year-olds are the ones that are really fertile. So 63% of them went for Kamala. 30 to 44, you still can have a baby. 56% of them voted for Kamala over Trump's 41 as well. Now, at that point, when you started getting older and it was no longer an issue of whether you could get pregnant or not, 45 to 64-year-old women, only 50% of them voted for Kamala, 48 for Trump, and 65 and older, 54% of them voted for Kamala and 45 for Trump. So, and that's the only group where she really saw any daylight at all was with women. I mean, the rest of the groups, man, Hispanics, they all voted for Trump in higher numbers than they previously had. I mean, Trump won up in every demographic.
Yeah, he did. And he's the only one. He's one of the only Republicans to have won the popular vote and the Electoral College in a long time. By the way, that was pretty nice.
I appreciate that. Furback. I think it was Furback who sent me that. Yeah. So, what does this say about the Democratic Party? I mean, does the message have to be changed significantly? Because I mean, they lost by. I don't even know if the Democrats win in 2028. Trump has the power right now to push the country so far to the right. I don't even know if the Democrats can even come close to neutralizing it in one term.
I think that honestly, the Democrats need to realize what affects every normal average person is what really matters. And I'm sorry, but only half the country really even cares about abortions, and that's not even all women. And like some men, and do care about that too. But what hurts everybody? What hurts everyone universally? Not being able to buy food.
Money.
I mean, like, no matter what you say, and considering that most abortions are elective and not based on like the mother's life being in danger, you know, a lot of people just realize that they could just be abstinent.
But here's what I don't understand. And PPF, appreciate the subscription. Thank you there. And Dencow, that was you with the Elvis get up. Appreciate it. What I will say is this though, when you're correct, most women are not necessarily dealing with terminating the pregnancy, but the Republicans were able to get almost as much value out of transgender boys playing girl sports as women were able to get out of abortion. And there is really no one in regards to a girl playing sports in some high school and her having to worry about playing against a boy. That's happening no fucking where. And they were able to get as much mileage out of that as women got out of rolling back Roe v. Wade.
Well, here's the thing. If they could see the future, though. Here's the thing. There are some schools that this happens at. Now, the majority of schools, it's not really an issue. But the thing is, people are more concerned about, let's say a guy just wants to pretend to be a girl and then just uses that to creep on women. That has much more of a punchy kind of feel to it when it comes to what people care about.
I say on the program all the time. I hate to interrupt you on this, but I say on the program all the time. If you believe your child is in danger of being around a member of the LGBT community, but you're okay with sending it to church, you got it backwards. If you want to abuse a child, I would submit you should dress up as a priest as opposed to a woman, because that's where it's been coming from. But the right makes, I don't know, where's the history of members of the LGBT community abusing children? Do we have any significant history of that at all in this country? Dress up as a priest.
What we do have are stats that show, at least per capita, even though there are more straight abusers than there are LGBTQ abusers.
It's probably 10,000 to 1.
Per capita, that's only in total. Per capita, there are actually more abusers who are gay than there are ones who are straight.
Of children?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, but per capita, yeah, there's a significantly smaller population. And you said gay, you're not even talking about transgender, you're talking about gay people. When you talk about transgender, people who transitioned or is dressing up as the other gender, you say per capita, there's so few of those people. What is the per capita of the Catholic Church?
Well, actually, you're actually more likely to be hurt by a school teacher. And the reason why is because it has nothing to do with whether you're a priest or you're a teacher. It's that people who are bad, who want to hurt children, they're going to put themselves in positions where they're closer to children.
Right.
So it's really more of an issue about access. And that's why a lot of schools, rightfully, including public schools, I like the idea of private schools, but I give credit to public schools. They really do want to make sure that you have a solid background. They do a lot of searching on your history. They interview with people. They have to. I believe to work in a school, you actually have to get fingerprinted, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't have any problem with that. But it's just like the guy used to say, "Why do you rob banks? Because that's where the money is." So if you are a pedo, why do you want to be a teacher, or why do you want to be a priest? Because that's where the kids are. LGBT, I think that it's, to me, I understand the concerns, but to me, it's ridiculous. There are other groups that are getting a pass that are far more likely to abuse your child than a transgender person. Because at the end of the day, everybody's focusing on a transgender person. We actually trust the priest and the teacher. We're staring at the transgender person because they're so abnormal. That's probably the last person that would abuse your child because everybody's focusing on that person.
Yeah, but the thing is that it's a slippery slope. It's always a slip. It's always there's always a chance that that somebody who isn't really a true trans person is just going to use like the trans identity to get access. You know, and that's the slippery slope. And at least with a teacher, you can make a justified reason as to why they're in the classroom. You know what I mean? And not just being a teacher doesn't automatically make you a bad person, nor does being a priest. You know, there are plenty of priests out there who would never do anything to a child. But at the same time, and you know, it would always be suspicious. Well, you know, you're like trans people are such a small portion of the population, and I
don't know. To me, once
criteria we have, Tim, if the only criteria we have for whether someone's trans or not is if they put on a dress and call themselves a different gender, that's kind of problematic.
Bro, shit, my guess is they may try to work towards outlawing the surgery altogether now. I mean, they may try to prevent it from happening. You could easily say that's mutilation, and if you are a doctor and you've taken the oath to first do no harm, I suppose you might be able to make a good argument that by taking off somebody's genitals or whatever the case is to perform a sex op, you're actually doing harm. They may remove the doctor's ability to do that. I mean, with Trump got control of the Senate and Congress, there may be a possibility where you no longer can get a transgender surgery in America.
Well, I think that it will only go that way for children. I believe that they're not going to touch adults. I think that they're just going to say, no, we just don't want, because here's the thing. These surgeries, it's not the same as simply putting on a dress and changing and altering the way your voice sounds. You know, the problem is that when you go through a surgery, it is so permanent. You know, a mastectomy, you know, like where they take off the breast tissue, that is not something you can ever get back. That's something that can permanently scar someone emotionally, you know what I mean, and physically. And so I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing if they say you have to be 18 before you can get these surgeries. Just like how you should be 18 before you.
It wouldn't surprise me if they even with adults. It would not surprise me if somebody tried to issue a bill that suggested that doctor is violating the Hippocratic oath to first do no harm by chopping off genitals and tried to have it so that even an adult can't get it. It would not. I don't think anybody on the right would stand up and say, no, it is wrong to prevent a doctor from giving somebody a transgender surgery. I think the right would applaud that like hell. So with as many or better yet, as much control as Trump has in terms of the Senate and likely Congress and on the right, I think he could get it done. I mean, he already stated that he's going to ask Congress to require that you go by the gender you are at birth on all your documents. So if you want to be transgender, you'll never be able to transition on your driver's license or your taxes. He basically is saying the government is not going to allow you to transition. If you're born a boy, we're going to call you a boy for the rest of your life, no matter what you do in the operating room. So it wouldn't surprise me if they tried to pass a law that stopped doctors from performing those surgeries, even on adults. And you would get no Republican that would stand up and say, no, don't do that. So I wouldn't be surprised.
I think you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. There's a lot of libertarian Republicans there's a lot of libertarian Republicans out there who are more about like, hey, just leave kids alone. As long as you leave kids alone, we won't like go after you.
Really? So you're telling me Kid Rock was shooting Bud Light cans to protect the child drinkers of beer? I didn't hear nobody saying that was an adult beverage that decided to go with this girl. They didn't want her on the beer either. That ain't had nothing to do with children. She's on a beer can, an adult beverage. He was still bitching.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. First off, they were just kind of tired of like
exactly. They don't like trans. You giving me all kinds of runaround. Buckeye, shout out to you. They don't like transgender.
I just don't agree with you, Tim. I think that the big problem is that Dylan Mulvaney was somebody who a lot of people believe was just using womanhood as a costume and wasn't actually trans in any way, shape, or form. That's why the right endorses people like Blair White, but they decry people like Dylan Mulvaney.
Womanhood as a costume. Who's Texas mom? Shout out to you for that. All right. I think at the end of the day, I don't think if you're transgender and you're open about that, I don't think you would really be welcome at most Republican gatherings. Maybe I'm wrong, but I got to move it on, Jeremy.
All right, brother. I love you so much. See you around, man. Hopefully the country doesn't rip itself apart.
I don't think it will now that Trump won, because you notice the minute he won, all of that fraud talk went away. He don't even, whatever he was claiming was happening, he don't give a damn about it now. I won. I don't care who was cheating. So I think we'll be all right now. Appreciate it, Jeremy.
Have a good one, Tim.
You too. All right, looking in the comments, and that's why I was saying, before I go back to the box, that's what I was saying. I believe, same thing about 2020 as well, with the whole stolen election thing. I don't believe Trump, and I know my beloved MAGA is going to disagree with me by this. Before I say that, by the way, tap the screen, get your boy up to 50,000, get your boy up to 50. I try to deliver decent content. We are MAGA friendly. We don't block, ban, and censor a damn thing. We let everybody speak. We go left of Bernie Sanders to having dinner with QAnon. We try to run a program 5 days a week. Try to keep it simple. You don't get a lot of shit like this online because everybody wants you to speak or defend their candidate of choice. We do not do that here. So if you favor that, follow the program on TikTok. Shout out to Buckeye with the money gun. Follow the program on TikTok. And better yet, if you're on YouTube, horizontal or vertical, subscribe to the program. Before I go to the next call, I will say this. In 2020, right up to the election, Trump was claiming that Biden and the Democrats were cheating in North Carolina because he was losing North Carolina right up to the 2020 election. By the way, North Carolina looked like it was in play in this election. And Trump ultimately won North Carolina from Joe Biden as well. But he was all over TV saying Democrats are cheating, there's widespread fraud. The minute he won North Carolina, you never heard him complain about fraud again. It wasn't mentioned in Dinesh D'Souza's 2,000 Mules either. All of a sudden, he won the state. He didn't give a damn about any fraud that took place. That happened again this election. He was starting to say people were cheating in Pennsylvania and all these other places. Now that he won, whoa, Texas mom, keeping your boy warm. Thank you. Thank you. Once he won the 2024 election the other day, you'll never hear about the fraud again. So in my humble opinion, based on what I'm seeing, he's not there to make sure the election is free and fair. He's there to win. If he wins, he don't give a damn who was cheating. Because keep in mind, if you're going to say they were cheating in North Carolina and then you won the state, how do we know you didn't win by fraud? At the end of the day, you the one that said it was fraud in the state. He don't seem to care once he wins. Let me go back to the box. I will continue the program on with Dencal. Oh, I wanted to go Texas Mom. Dencal, good evening. Welcome to the program. Texas Mom, I'm having problems with the box moving around. Dencal, good evening.
Look, if you want to pick her up and then pick me up on the backside, I'll do that.
Roger that. All right, because I did see her. All right, I'll come back to you. All right, moving on, because I didn't mean to hit her. There we go. All right. Now, Texas Mom doesn't play games. This is MAGA. She always chews me out. Dencal, I might eat you after this. Texas Mom, good evening.
I do not know why you say MAGA. You know I am not MAGA. I'm Republican,
yes.
but not MAGA.
Yes.
So I'm not that far.
You are MAGA without the label. How about that? How happy are you that Trump won?
Well, you know, we discussed this the day of the election. Mm-hmm. What did I tell you? I told you the week before. I told you what it was going to be.
I ain't hating on that, but so let me ask you, why did he win? Why did he beat her by so damn much?
Well, I can explain it a little bit. Y'all are worried about deportation. The Hispanics aren't worried about deportation. They will know be. When they're here.
They will be.
They know when they come over here. No, listen. They know when they come over here, they're here for a limited time. Mm-hmm. Because they know they're not here legally. Mm-hmm. So they already know that. So they come over here to make money. Well, with this administration, they're not making a lot of money. Because when you go to the grocery store paying $6, $7, $10 for a dozen of eggs.
Where the hell is that happening? $10 for a dozen of eggs? Where's that happening?
Well, I'm just saying, because where I live in Texas, cage-free eggs is $6 a dozen. So if you're going to do cage-free eggs, I'm saying in California, it might be $8, $9, $10 because they're way more than Texas.
Okay.
So for their brown eggs, roam-free, cage-free, whatever, they're expensive. There's more expensive eggs. So they're worried about their pocketbook.
Yeah, and I see on YouTube, I see somebody agreeing with you on YouTube saying that California eggs are $8 a dozen. So somebody did agree with you. Keep going.
So So they're worried about their pocketbook. Latinos are more about family. Latinos are more about being religious. Latinos is taking care of their family, worried about their pocketbooks. So when they come here as illegals, they know they're here a limited time. They're here to work, send their money back home. So when they do get deported, they have a house to go home to. Okay. They have money in the bank. So in all actuality, by deporting some of the illegals or undocumented, however y'all want to call it, because once you cross the border, you're not legal. You're not coming across the right way. You are illegal because you broke the law.
Okay.
So they know they're gonna. They know.
Here, let me. I don't disagree with any of that, but here's the reason why I said that eventually the Hispanics are going to care about the deportations, because I strongly believe legal immigrants and legal Americans of Hispanic descent is going to get caught up in this shit too. Whether you getting searched and they're demanding you prove that you actually have a legal right to be here, stop and frisk, like whether you getting mistakenly grabbed up because you happen to leave the house without your driver's license. Sheriff Joe Arpaio was actually doing this down in Arizona back in 2017, because he actually was ordering his deputies to stop and frisk brown people and demanded that, that they prove that they had a legal right to be here. Now he was eventually indicted for violating the civil rights because you can't just stop somebody and demand they prove that they have a right to be in America. Because if you're stopping Hispanic people, you're going to stop people who just look Mexican and Hispanic, many of them being born in America or that has citizenship. He was indicted for violating people's Fourth Amendment rights and was about to be sentenced to prison for doing it. Trump pardoned him. But he was doing that. So in his case, the reason he was about to go to prison is because in his effort to fix the border in Arizona, he was hurting innocent Americans. And that's what's going to happen with this, because Trump pretty much supports exactly what Sheriff Joe Arpaio was doing.
Yeah, but like I told you, they know that's coming.
And they're okay with that.
The Hispanics know what being Hispanic is. My husband is Hispanic. Mm-hmm. If you look at my profile picture, you would think I was Hispanic. And I'm not. I'm a U.S. citizen. I was born right here. But if you look at me, you would think I'm Hispanic. But okay. I'm nowhere near Hispanic.
Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but I'm simply saying is
realize that
once innocent people, I mean, like I said, let's say you don't left the house and you forgot your driver's license, something like that. You may find yourself sitting in jail for a weekend until somebody can come down and prove that you belong in America. Once stuff like that starts happening to Hispanics, I guarantee they're going to be talking about that. And there will be innocent Hispanics caught up in this stuff. It ain't just be getting rid of illegals. Innocent Americans of Hispanic descent are going to be going through it with this stuff.
And we already know that.
And you're okay with that.
We already know that's going to occur.
And you're okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
The Hispanics that's what I'm telling you. It's not a big issue for the Hispanics.
Right. I'll be curious to see
what has happened. Let me tell you what has happened. For 35 years, the Democrats have lied to the Hispanics, just like they have lied to the black race, saying, no, we're going to help you with this. We're going to do this. We're going to reform immigration. We're going to give you reparation. They just keep doing the same thing over and over. There's a certain point in time where you get tired of hearing the same rhetoric coming from that party to where they don't help you. They don't do anything for you. What they want to do is they want to keep you where you are, keep you poor, keep you in poverty, keep their foot on your neck, keep you where they want you, because they're going to use you every time it comes around for re-election. They're going to use the same rhetoric every year, every time it comes around, and the population is getting tired.
I don't know. Some of that I would push back on and say that both sides are using rhetoric. You think the Haitians view Trump and what Trump is saying is authentic? He's using rhetoric on them as well. Real quick, the Freeman said, "You mad, bro? Trump for life." Holmes, I don't know what you're saying there, but Trump for life. Well, Trump can only serve one more term unless you're suggesting he become a dictator. Hold on a second, Texas mom. And I see also Gregory House, thanks for the super chat, says Trump literally said the Department of Justice just to say the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressman. Yeah, Trump was certainly, and that's why when my other caller started talking about Kamala Harris and her concession speech being plagiarized, Trump was literally about to say that this election was stolen if he lost. He was not going to issue a concession speech. So regardless of how folks felt about Kamala Harris' concession speech, my response is at least she gave one. But Texas mom.
No, I thought the concession speech was good.
I did too.
I thought it was a real good speech for her. And I thought the speech that Biden gave, because me and my husband was sitting here listening to it today, he's like, "You haven't heard his speech?" I said, "No, it's new." He said, "I thought you didn't like Biden." I said, "I don't have a problem with Biden. I have a problem with their policies."
Yeah, that's well said.
But he did a real good congratulatory speech to Trump, and I mean it was really nice. I felt like it was more heartfelt than it had been in the past.
And I'll give him credit for that. And Kamala, this is the whole Michelle, when they go low, you go high. I mean, both of those folks gave Trump a call, gave Trump a concession speech. Biden is inviting them to the White House. This is the guy that treated them like shit when they won. I mean, just as trash that we always talk about Trump. Everybody said things about him and they didn't give him a chance from day one. He treated them like shit. He didn't give them a chance from day one. He treated them like shit when they won. So I do give them credit, at least from that standpoint. You might not like their policies. You may think they're the wrong vision for America. But the professionalism that they did once Trump won compared to the professionalism or the lack of it, the way he treated them when they won, I mean, he really treated them bad when they won.
Correct. But you do realize that the speech that Kamala gave was piggybacked off the speech that Hillary gave.
I hear you. But like I said, the fact is she tried to give something, though. I mean, he didn't even give a concession speech. Still ain't gave one. I think we feel confident that had he lost on Tuesday, he wasn't going to get one again.
Well, but that's Trump. I've been telling you this whole time, Tim. Now, this is why I say Trump has not changed since the 80s.
Yeah. And
has been open book this whole time, and he's not changing. So when people see Trump, they see Trump. They see through his rhetoric. They see through his talking at the side of his neck. They know who Trump is. And that is why I keep saying it's very difficult for someone like Kamala or anybody to defeat Trump, because we hold Trump to a different standard. You just said he ain't gonna give him, well, we know Trump. I mean, if Kamala Harris had done something like that, we'd be talking about how unprofessional she is. But we just kind of used to Trump treating people like shit, so we'll kind of overlook it. Like we almost actually treat Trump how somebody like Sleepy Joe should get treated. He's your old grandfather. He's out of his mind. We just kind of ignore it. That's how we treat Trump. He can say any damn thing. Well, that's kind of how he is. Knowing damn well if Kamala Harris said something like that, we would hold her to a higher account. Not really. I don't hold Trump to no higher account. I just know he's an idiot.
Right.
But out of the two candidates that we had, we already know what he's going to be like. And the problem with Kamala is she didn't really have a campaign. She had free concerts. She had all of these rap stars up there in front of children and doing all of being half ratchet and women's abortion rights, AB rights.
Mm-hmm.
We don't care about that. But if you notice, on the people that turned out is Gen Z. I mean, Gen X. Gen X. Gen X turned out and showed up and show out. That's what we do.
I don't totally disagree with you, and I have no right to, considering the polls and the election shows that what you're saying is true. But I do believe we focus, the economy is the most important thing to Americans first. Correct. Your kitchen table issues. But once the economy is, the immigration too, but once the economy is even bigger than that, once the economy is straightened out, some of those other issues, like you're talking about how abortion don't, that stuff, once people are no longer worried about, being able to pay for eggs and gas and all the stuff you're talking about, women dying that can't have an abortion, that stuff will become an issue. It's just a back seat to the economy because the economy affects more people. But once that economy issue is out of the way, that stuff's going to come back. And I've said this before on the program, is that taking away a woman's right to choose is very similar to infringing on the Second Amendment. I know one of them is constitutionally protected. Second Amendment is abortion was never a right, but it's going to have a parallel, meaning that if you take away Second Amendment rights, you're going to have problems in every election until those folks get their rights back. Women in every election are going to be bringing this issue up. Until they overturn this and give women those rights back, every election is going to be a topic. I'll give you the last word, though.
But here's my question to you. What rights did they take away from women?
If I can't do something here that I used to be able to do yesterday, I lost the right. I just look at it that way. If I could go to the store today and go and buy some eggs, and tomorrow I got to go to Louisiana to get that same dozen of eggs, I lost some rights, no matter how you word it.
Okay, the only thing they lost is the exemption from schmurder. That's the only thing they lost.
I'm just simply saying they lost the convenience. They lost the ability, convenience, whatever you want to call it. They can't do today what they did yesterday. They lost something.
They lost the exemption of schmurder. That's all they've lost.
Okay. However you word it, they lost something. I mean, I'm just simply saying
that's not a woman's right. That's not a woman's right.
Then they lost something that was not their right, but they lost something.
Exactly. So if that's the case, then if the woman has the right to do an AB, where's the man's right if he doesn't want that AB done?
I'm not trying to litigate whether they have, listen, I get your point on all of this. We can disagree on it, but I'm not trying to litigate whether it's murder or whether it should be. I'm just simply saying they lost something. Because the right is trying to say, well, you ain't lost nothing at all. No, they lost something. You're okay with them losing it, but they lost something. Call it whatever you want, but if I can do something today and I cannot do that same thing tomorrow, I have lost something.
They just lost the reason to excuse it.
But you're using the word lost in your sentence. That's all I'm saying. The word lost is in there.
That's true.
All right.
But also, what did I tell you on the night of election about Trump and the alpha male? What's happening overseas?
Yeah, he's the alpha male. Who put that? Jessica. I saw the hat mustache on Trump. Oh my God, that was funny. Go ahead, Texas Mom.
Come on, Tim. I want to hear. I want to hear it twice.
What did you say again?
I said I want to hear it because I was right on the election and I was right on the overseas thing.
I hate to give you credit for it because you said you believe in the hierarchy: God, man, woman, child. The white women agree with you. The white women, and thank you for the super chat, Ed G, on the horizontal. To me, it sounds like white people lost right to. Oh my God! It says to me, it sounds like white people lost the right to slaves. You can't elaborate on what that means, but you are right about the alpha male, Texas Mom. I got to move it on. JPT Farms, appreciate the graphic. Take us home, Texas Mom.
It's everybody has a right to vote the way they want to vote. It's whatever is important to you as an individual. No one should have the right to change your vote. That's the reason why back in the 80s and the 90s, we never talked about politics and we never had issues.
Thank God.
Now it's all on social. Now it's all on social platform. It's more of a divide. That's the problem.
Well, I'm hoping your elected leader don't take away our right to do that. I like being able to talk about politics. I don't want somebody.
He's already said he's not canceling TikTok.
Thank God. Texas Mom, I gotta go. Appreciate it. Congratulations. Talk to you later.
Thank you.
Anytime. All right, moving on with the program. No one should tell us to have an abortion either. Wait a minute. No one should tell us not to have an abortion, says Alter Ego. Yeah, I don't, in my opinion, if you're not gonna help those mothers out, you're not gonna do a damn thing for those mothers that you're telling, then you shouldn't be able to tell them what they can and cannot do. And I also don't see the benefit or the logic. Let's say, for instance, a mom is, where I'm from in Chicago, I'll go to the box, but where I'm from in Chicago, there's a lot of moms that are strung out on narcotics, crack, heroin, maybe opioids that the doctor don't prescribe them. And that woman gets pregnant, because maybe she's sleeping with the drug dealer to get more drugs. She's pregnant with a kid. She's out of her fucking mind. Kids loud. I don't think, first in that to come to term, who's going to adopt that? She's not capable of being a decent mom. So you're going to force her to have this child. It might come out a mutant because it's hooked on all kinds of narcotics. Then you're going to put that kid right into foster care because most likely nobody's going to adopt it. And it's probably going to remain in foster care until it's old enough to reach the age of emancipation, assuming it doesn't have permanent damage from the drugs it was born connected to. I don't see why that was forced to come to fruition. I see a lot of cases, and by the way, that's not a rare case. That happens a lot. There's a lot of children that are born addicted to drugs. People always say, well, you don't need to have abortion. What about adoption? People aren't in line rushing to adopt those kids. That's not going to happen. If you and your wife or you and your husband decided, look, so maybe we can't have children, but we want to go out and adopt something. We feel like we want to be parents, and since maybe biologically God didn't make it so we can have a child, but we're willing to go out and adopt one. You're not going to adopt that. The parents that do want to, they're not going to go out and adopt children that were born hooked on substances. There's too many children that were born that were not. So I do think that's going to create a problem. Alter Ego, appreciate the confetti. Thank you. Dencal. Welcome to the program. Good evening, Dencal. Why did your girl lose by so damn much? Alter Ego. Thank you for the confetti. Dencal, good evening.
Hey, that was funny that it put that turkey on Donald Trump's head.
Oh my God, that fucking turkey. That fucking turkey. That made me. I want some turkey. I can't find any right now. And under Biden's account. Oh my God. It almost looks like the women's hijab or whatever they wear in Muslim countries. I almost look like one of those damn things. So before we get into it, Ed G says Trump won. Now we can be unburdened by what has been. Has Biden burdened us that much that somebody would say we can be unburdened by what has been?
Well, I don't know. Look, I don't include Biden in any of this. I mean,
shit, Biden's the king of it. Really? Before I get your answer to that, let me go ahead and give my disclaimer. For you folks that enjoy this type of dialogue from all sides of the aisle, follow the program on TikTok. For you YouTube viewers, whether horizontal or vertical, subscribe to the damn channel. Monday through Friday, we here. Biden, what were you saying about Biden? Because I think he's at the top of the heap, but I think he's kind of responsible for all of this liberal suffering.
Well, I think that we, at the point that we decided that we were done with Trump. Mm-hmm. And unfortunately for the Democratic Party, it's always been next man up. Even if the man
just heard that somewhere today.
Foot in the casket, it's next man up.
I just heard somebody say that because they brought up Hillary Clinton was the next man up, and the voters decided no, we want Obama. Somebody just did an analysis and said what you're saying right now.
And then when Biden, when they finally got him to concede, she was the next man up. They wanted us to go through all of this process of trying to see if Shapiro wanted it and Gavin Newsom. We did the best we could with what we had. She was the next person up. All of the money that had been raised belonged to her.
Well, the problem is, I hear all of that. To me, the reason I said Biden is at the top of the pyramid responsible for what happened to the Democrats is he should have stepped down sooner. He indicated he was going to be a transitional president just to get rid of Trump. If he had to follow that promise, whoever the Democratic nominee is, and I don't think it would have been Kamala, because if he had became a one-term president, as he promised, then the Democrats would have had a big primary where everybody's vying. I don't think Kamala Harris would have won that, and you would have had a Democratic nominee that would have had damn near a year or two to campaign, whereas Kamala Harris only got 107 days because of what Trump.
I get it, but you still have to put the other hat on and to say that we were talking about relinquishing the position of the most powerful man in the world.
If he is truly for the people,
he should have did it. That's like saying Trump should have went on ahead and let somebody else with the same policies that he has take the reins. That's not how people in those positions of power think. They don't think, well, let me do what's best for the. It eventually Biden came around, but that was because people had to come into this damn office and probably threaten him. Nancy Pelosi probably was there like, hey.
I believe that. I believe that's exactly what they did is they started threatening him with that. What is it? The Article 26 or Amendment 26 or something whatever it is.
I don't think it went that far, but I think they did say, look, you got to let this go. You got to let this go.
You know something though, and I agree with you 100%, but I've said this earlier in the live, that if Trump had lost, the conversation you and I are having right now about Biden and how they should have went, the Republicans would be saying the same thing. If Trump had lost by a landslide, the Republicans would be saying the same. Like, we see what happened on January 6th. The guy got all these felonies. Why did we continue running with this guy? Just like the Democrats.
Why did we do it? Why did we do it? Why did we do it? And look, we got what we got. And I had to fall back. You know what I'm saying? I had to take a deep dive into myself and kind of think about, like, because although I tried to do kind of like you do, I tried to alter my algorithm. I tried to go into right-wing lives and to try to get different information coming to me so I wouldn't be like just in this bubble listening to all left-wing stuff. You know what I'm saying? But there are so many things that went the way of Trump that it was a Trump train.
Yeah, it's a juggernaut. It's an uphill battle. I agree with that.
It was a Trump train.
Yeah.
But what I do want to dispel today from the 200 and something people that's sitting on this line is the idea that a whole bunch of black men around this country who are now identified as true MAGA, they did not change the result of this election.
I don't think there's a lot of them either, by the way. I think if MAGA wants to brag about a gain of minorities, it's Hispanic men. The black men. Yeah, because you only got 7% of the black women vote, and it was like 20% of the black men. So even less than, I think it was maybe 20 or 23%. So it was barely 1 in 5 black men that voted for Trump. And like I said, only 7% of the black women. It wasn't black people. It was Hispanics. Hispanics came out.
But if you look around social media, if you get on there on your For You page and scroll, you will see all of these black men talking about how they've been so enlightened and they have figured out that the Democrats have left them behind. Man, it's hilarious to go on there and have conversations with these men who think they have freaking won the lottery.
I love my black MAGA. I talk to them all the time, but yeah,
I know you do. But what I want to say real quick, I want to get a couple things out of the way.
Sure.
What Jeremy was talking about people who use, he was talking about how maybe trans or maybe LGBT people use their access. It's possible that they may use their access to try to get at children and everything. What I would remind him of is that Trump, who said it on a recording, used his access to go into locker rooms of Team USA and said that they let you do it when you own the pageant. So I'm going to move past that. I'm just going to put that out there. And then I'm going to move on to Texas Mom, who said basically what she was saying was that black men technically haven't really advanced far, and that they, that like they've awoken and now people are going to help them. They don't understand that we are now just in the first or second generation wealth in black families.
Yeah.
We have advanced so far under the Democratic Party you would not believe. We have elected the first black man in the United States. We have black Supreme Court justices. We have Fortune 500 CEOs. I myself is now a wealthy black man. We have made so many strides as black men, but what they see on social media is a bunch of broke black dudes talking about how they are so enlightened and how they now agree with the people that were their masters back in the day. Yeah. Don't miss me with that. Miss me with that. Now black people are gonna be we gonna be so improved and all of that. Because guess what? Yesterday and the day before that, my portfolio went up 12 to 15% because Donald Trump became the president of the United States. I am benefiting alongside of them every single day. So, and I ain't mad about it.
Well, if you benefiting from Trump getting elected, you mind if I send you a MAGA hat? I mean, you sound like you probably should.
Look, I could do without the hat because I don't need the symbol to talk to me about the success that I have. I don't attribute it to one man. Definitely not a man who doesn't care about me. I attribute my success and the successful black men to what they did in their lives. So with the ones who talking about, man, I had more money back when Trump was in office, that mean you was getting PPP loans, you was fucking the government, you was getting the unemployment benefits, and you thought it was the shit to get that damn stimulus check. Yeah. But if your hustle wasn't good back when Trump was in office, then you broke as hell right now. That got nothing to do with the black men in society.
Wow. Can't argue with that. I had a caller come on the show when the election was still going, and they said something like, Trump gave us stimulus checks. What the hell did Biden ever do? And I mean, they really believe that those checks. I mean, because I'm like, first of all, there were stimulus checks handed out during the Biden administration too, but Trump signed his. So this guy actually believed that those stimulus checks they got during the Trump era came out of Trump's personal bank account. I'm like, what?
They were actually more under the Biden administration because he gave out the $1,200 per person in your family.
Yeah.
And although I made too much money and I didn't get a chance to really enjoy that shit, I understood what it was for. It was to bring us out of a difficult situation. And yes, I can admit that maybe Biden did put too much money out there for the average citizens, and at the end of the day, they dumbasses didn't want to go back to work after they got that damn money.
Hey, as Luther Vandross would say, never too much. I disagree with that.
Man, them folks at the end of that money, when they still had some of that money, they didn't want to go back to work. They would rather stay on unemployment than to go back to work because their ass was getting $400 a week when they was working. Then when they went on that unemployment during COVID, they was getting $900 a week. And they ass didn't want to go back to work, and they demanded.
I'm glad, though. Let me tell you something. I am so glad. This is the spiel I give on this. That when COVID hit and everything had to shut down, you had the likes of Trump, and I think Nancy Pelosi was working with, because Congress is the one that had to approve giving out that money. So Trump is working with Nancy Pelosi one of the rare times, and I believe both of them being rich as fuck, they're thinking, look, we just got to keep Americans on their feet. So why don't we just throw them a bone? And they came up with this $600 number, thinking that they're just giving people a bone so that they could keep, people could just keep afloat. They could buy a few essentials. Because they're so rich, people like Trump and Nancy Pelosi, they didn't realize that $600 you giving them that you think is just a bone, that's more than they fucking make. I mean, so
was on top of the 300 that they already was, with the max back then.
Right. And so what ended up happening is like what you're illustrating is that $600 being more than what a lot of Americans was actually making became an incentive to just stay home. And thank God it happened because that kept people at home. The only way to get people back to work was to raise salaries. And as a result, since the COVID pandemic hit, Americans on average, particularly in liberal cities, they make more money now than they did under the Trump. We can talk about the economy, but the actual pay, many states came up with a minimum wage increase and everything that hadn't happened for quite a while. So people actually got more money because of that whole stimulus check keeping people home. So to me, that's a net benefit, at least for the bottom half of society.
And I look, I can agree with you, but what the problem is that the average American citizen looked at that situation totally different.
I don't care how they looked at it. At the end of the day, if you got more people making money, I'm good with it.
Remember what happened when Barack Obama, when he inherited the Great Recession, and he did the same thing. He sent out the stimulus money. He created the car for clunkers. He created the $8,000 for first-time home buyer. The same stuff Kamala was talking about to get people money where they at, to get first, if you have a child, you get a $6,000 credit.
That's why they were calling him a socialist. The right wasn't for none of it. This is what I'm telling you when I say the right who's bragging about we don't want to send money overseas, we want to help Americans. They wasn't for none of that shit. And everything you're talking about was going to help out Americans.
No, they weren't for the shit because we've done the same thing every time we have a financial crisis. Our solution is to throw money at it. Every president has done the same thing. We throw money at it. But the problem with Obama is the reason why it took so long for us to rebound is because they said that he did not give enough stimulus. So when Joe Biden was in that same situation, guess what he did? He overdid it. He gave out too much money to the people, which caused inflation. And we can all look at that and understand what happened. We understand that if you get a black man on this live or on any live who says that they have more money under Trump than they did under Biden, they are not talking from a realistic perspective. That shit is all in their mind. Because if I remember, I was there when Trump was in office. I remember that they was talking about caravans and and people coming. I remember that the 25 or 30 people that used to work for me at the VA when I was running that hospital. I remember them talking about they didn't make enough money and everybody was broke and shit. That's revisionist history to be going back. Yes, food was cheaper back then. Rent was cheaper back then. That does not correlate to who's the president. It's the circumstances of the country.
Well, and I don't totally disagree with that, but I will say what I always say: perception is reality, and if a person perceives it, if they think it, they're going to vote based on how they feel. I got to move it on, but I'm not disagreeing with you, but perception is reality.
Well, let me just say, look, I wholeheartedly, I understand your position. But I just disagree because we're talking about how people feel as opposed to the reality of the world that we live in.
People vote based on feelings.
What I will say is that now I am now on board fully with the Trump with his whole situation. I am down with the deportations. I want them to start immediately. I want them to get rid of the dreamers. I want them to impose tariffs across the world.
You're just trying to be sarcastic.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
I am succumbing to what is the reality of our country. You said if they believe it, then it is so. So therefore, I am going to sit back and I am going to watch him. All of the things that he said he was going to do. No tax on tips. No tax on social
That
security.
ain't going to happen.
No,
do you want the police immunity too?
Police immunity too, because the area I live in, I'm good. So look, I want them to do that because remember when black people, when our mothers and our fathers was cool with the 95 crime bill because they said crime was out of control. It's not in the law, it's the implementation. So when these cops and ICE get the green light to stop and frisk and go into these Latino neighborhoods, I want them to go in there full board because guess what? They're not concentrating on black people no more. We can sit back.
Oh my God. All right, I gotta move on. You do realize a lot of blacks live with it.
I might even roll into one of their neighborhoods and start pointing them out. I think that guy is illegal.
Get the fuck out of here. Then Cal, appreciate you coming through. Thank you.
Let's do it.
And by the way, I actually saved a video in regards to what he's saying, because I do make some long form videos on YouTube. There's a black girl on YouTube that is pissed about, Trump winning and things like that. And she made a video saying exactly what my last caller just stated. And I've been meaning to use that as a clip. Yeah, a lot of people, because at the end of the day, it's kind of, you made all of these hardcore promises. Go ahead and do it. Kind of, in my opinion, trying to hope that he fucks up his administration, because that stuff will be chaotic. If he starts the largest deportation in history, if he actually does place these huge 1,000% tariffs like he promised, if he does eliminate taxes on tips, if he does bring back stop and frisk, it's just going to create a chaotic America. And I think some folks want, listen, you won, so let's, because Trump has won by such a large margin that, in my opinion, if he does some of those things he's promising, it will make the country realize maybe we went too far to the right and we need to go back to the center and maybe even a little bit left, because some of that stuff is going to cause some serious chaos. Like when my last caller talking about going into Hispanic houses and dragging people out, and Frank style, it will cause that. And some of Trump's detractors want to go ahead and do some of that shit you're talking about, because some of that stuff is pretty far to the right, pretty wild. Anyway, looking in the comments, the Roaches voted for the damn Furback. Damn, he said that's prophetic. That is poetry. He says the Roaches voted for the raid. Now I'm assuming some folks don't want to be called roaches, but I certainly get the comparison. That's strong stuff there. Continuing on with the program. Damn, the Roaches voted for the raid. I actually kind of like that. Let me go back to the blogs. One of my subscribers, Anthony. Good evening, Anthony. Alter Ego. Yes, I did see that. Thank you. Anthony, good evening.
Hey, how's it going, Tim?
Hey, it's hanging out. So, you've been listening on the program. Why the hell did Kamala Harris lose by so damn much?
All right, man, check this out. I'm about to give it to you Georgia style.
Georgia style. Bruh, and she lost Georgia, too.
Look at the numbers. Over 50% white men. Over 50% white women.
59%. White women, 54%, I think. Keep going.
Okay, so first off, that's the first hit on her. Black woman, they wasn't ready for that. The rest of the people that voted with Trump, mostly, it was, misogyny. They didn't want a woman up there. Now, the fact that she didn't have that much time to do a good campaign, that did play in on it. But everybody's sitting here talking about all these different issues that they could have talked about. When it comes down to it, man, America's still America. Donald Trump had the greatest marketing in the world with Make America Great Again.
Yeah. But wait a minute. Now, you're a minority, am I correct?
Oh, yeah. I voted for Harris.
So let me ask, in your opinion, what does Make America Great Again mean to you?
Well, I can say it like a few of these good old boys down here. Make America Great Again is when the YT are in full control of everything that they want. And they are able to tell us what to do and what not to do.
Caucasian supremacy is what you're saying.
Basically. And it shows heavy in Georgia.
So why so many minorities, why would so many minorities, particularly Hispanics, vote for Caucasian supremacy?
Well, on their side, it's more of the misogyny, I think. I think they just didn't want a woman up there. They didn't want to feel, like we weak because we got a female in office.
Appreciate those lightning bolts, Jessica. Jessica, appreciate that. I cannot tell you how many folks have come on my show and told me women should never be president. They don't have the emotion. They don't have the temperament. You're right. There's a lot of folks that do believe that.
Yeah, and see, the catch is, Tim, I watch the show all the time. I love what you do.
Thank you.
Now, the thing is, bro, people just don't want to be honest and say what it is. I hate to be that way. I'm Gen X, I'm 48 years old, African American. Guess what? I'm part of the fuck your feelings and fuck around and find out crew. And get what? Even they covered it up and said, okay, it's because they didn't know her. It's because she didn't talk about this. It didn't talk. Now, at the end of the day, she was hurt because without the Hispanics coming over to her like they should have and all that, there was no chance in hell that the Caucasian population was going to let that sister get up there. Listen to some of these other lives and look at a lot of the stuff these people are saying, man. They call it, the first thing they do is...
But wait a minute. Hold on. And by the way, Broke Back, appreciate the subscription. What about the notion, as opposed to misogyny, what about the notion that maybe Kamala Harris was just not a well-liked candidate?
Yeah, they say that. I don't think she was not well liked. I think they just didn't know her seriously. She didn't have that much time to get out there and let it be known how she was going to do it and everything. She tried, didn't quite work. Also, like we say, anything she said, they question it 30 times over, and Trump say something, they back up on it 10 times over. So
I cannot explain that any stronger than that. Yeah, Trump said some wild shit, but he exaggerates. Kamala Harris, she's a liar. Like, what the hell? I don't have any defense for that.
Now, we were talking about the Caucasian supremacy. See, it is alive and well here in Georgia, because there were high schools today that were having issues because they were getting mass texts running around to young people saying that you've been selected to pick cotton.
I got that. Somebody
stuff like that.
I actually have that clip. I've been meaning to edit it and post it on. Yeah, somebody said I actually have got that. I've read that.
Oh yeah, it's been crazy, man. And it's crazy because the Caucasian community has been honest about it, because if you go to other lives, you go to other people's posts on these social media sites, they're all saying stuff about the black women being ratchet, the black women being on social media, half dressed, mean, the mean black woman thing, all that. But the catch is honestly, that's more of the younger generation of the black women is doing it. But it does... If that's all if that's how you associate with black people, guess what? That's what you're going to think. So you're thinking you don't want all that mad black woman ratchetness, black men ain't nothing in the office.
Yeah.
So they weren't going to do it anyway. But the brothers that was voting for him, some of them was like, oh, Trump sent me money. But some of those was also, hey, man, I don't want no sister in the house. Look in the White House. Look how black men treat us.
That's crazy. I've had a lot of people say, you're right. There were black men indeed also that did not want a woman to be president. You think they're going to be sorry at all in the future?
Very shortly here, they will be a little on the upset side. And I'll be honest with you, I live in a small town right outside of Atlanta, man. And I promise you, yesterday, I understood the, police presence during the election and everything. I definitely understood the police protection and them being any and everywhere they could hide. But today, oh, bruh, our drug task force has been riding around and they just smiling and cheesing because they just feel like here shortly, Trump's gonna talk to the Senate and say, hey, can you guys put me a bill together where I can legally put stop and frisk and get these police immunity so we can get rid of all this BS. And they're gonna do it. And if they do get the House, guess what? Ain't nobody there to stop them. If it goes, the Democrats can sue and go to the Supreme Court. Guess what? He owned that too. So hey, that's going in effect. And I've been telling people this the whole time. This election, before the election, everything, when he was running, and first time he said it, that's exactly how I explained it to him, how it could become true. Hate to say I was right, but damn, they did get the House. They did get the Senate real quick.
You depressing the hell out of me.
They working on the House.
Yeah, you depressing the hell out of me with that. But I do believe that is a possibility. That email I'm seeing it on YouTube. Congratulations, you have been selected to pick cotton at the nearest plantation. Please be prepared to leave your home November 24th, 2024. You will be picked up at 8 a.m. sharp in our white van. It says something about you'll have to sit with Group C, and it goes on to say something. I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's a horror. Obviously, it's a joke, but just to send that out.
Yeah, it's a joke. It's a joke. But I'm a truck driver. Well, I was a truck driver. I had a stroke in the beginning of the year, so I ain't been driving. But I used to drive to South Georgia down to Florida. Tim, do you understand there is a shitload of cotton fields in South Georgia?
Yeah.
You know, Tifton is a county that promotes their cotton. So it's like, dude, you hear that, and if you've driven down I-75, headed down towards Valdosta, you see all that cotton out there, bruh.
Do you think? But let me ask you this. I do got to move it on, but let me just ask you sincerely: do you believe minorities under Trump are going to go back to maybe a darker era in history?
I wouldn't say a darker era in history, but I will say that you'll see the people that are feeling emboldened by the Caucasian supremacy and the way that the president-elect talks about minorities. You'll see them becoming emboldened and jumping out here and really saying what they feel and everything like that. As far as like I told my son today, as far as how we'll be treated as a whole, it's still keep your head down, work hard, save your money. That way you can own what you buy.
Well said. I hope you're right. I hope that it only ends with language and no actual legislation. Anthony, thank you for your support. Appreciate you coming through.
All right, brother.
Anytime. All right, looking in the comments, I do want to respond to a few super chats that have come in. Ed G says, we went too far left. America had enough red wave. And that is, listen, that is what it appears, is that many Americans have seen, at least under the Biden administration in particular, that the country was starting to go too far to the left, and they are voting in Trump to rein it in. If he actually does what he is saying he's going to do, with a 6-3, soon likely to be 7-2 majority on the Supreme Court, you could easily have that conversation in reverse in probably 10 years or less, that America has gone too far to the right. I mean, you got folks out there proposing legislation that women who terminate a pregnancy should be, up for the death penalty. I'm not saying Trump's going to do that, but Trump has said he's going to give it to the states and let them decide. Well, some state legislators are trying to do some of that stuff. So it would not surprise me is if in a few years, like what Ed said, we went too far to the left. You have folks saying that, since Trump has been around, the country has went too far right. By the way, I don't know if any of you heard this before I continue with the program. There are, I think via Steve Bannon, and I can't think of the other guy's name. I can't think of his name right now. But they're making jokes. I'm gonna say jokes. I'm gonna be kind with this, but they are indicating that Project 2025 was not a joke. That it actually is real. You got Steve Bannon on social media saying it. Now I'm gonna assume, because folks say, well, Trump ain't for Project 2025 or whatever, but Stephen Miller, yeah, they actually are on video saying, indicating that, no, this actually is real. We lied to you guys. So my take is, let's see who Trump puts on his administration, because Project 2025 has several authors. If those authors of Project 2025 out of the Heritage Foundation, if all of them folks start getting jobs on Trump's administration, it's real. It's real. That would be the best way to know. If those people start getting hired, the ones that wrote Project 2025, that's your best example of it being valid. Ed G says Hispanics come from failed far left governing countries, and they are way more religious than Americans. Hard to win their vote being anti-God and far. So you said Hispanics come from far left. No, you mean far right. Very religious. That's a far right tenet. That's not a tenet of the far left. That's a tenet of the far right. Far right countries tend to be very religious. They don't tend to believe in women's equality. They're not big on minority communities. And I'm talking about Middle East, wherever. If you're in a far right country, that generally is the method of operation. That most far right countries are very religious. They're not favorable to minority populations, whatever represents the minority population in their country. And they, like I said, they're very religious and they don't believe in women's equality. Far right countries don't. We always talk about Nancy Pelosi and Elizabeth Warren and Bernie and the far left. We don't talk about the far right much in this, but it does exist. We do have far right as well. Real quick in the comments, I'm going to respond to another super chat. Imagine thinking getting rid of cheap labor will bring down inflation. Laughing my ass off. That's a good point. That's the whole they do jobs no Americans want. What he's saying is if you get rid of cheap labor, that's going to increase inflation. Because if you got to pay the workers a legitimate salary, well, the price of goods and services is going to go up to match. That actually makes sense to me, and a lot of economists are saying the same thing, that if you start a mass deportation, it's going to have an effect, particularly on fruits and, maybe the cost of a hotel room. Everywhere where they work at, you're going to see an increase in price. Trey Bay, thank you for the super chat. I'm a brother. Says, I'm a brother, as in a black man. I'm a brother. What the fuck is wrong with our people? He says WTF, but I like to read it out. He says, what the fuck is wrong with our people? Always putting yourself last, acting like you're not equal. Get the fuck out of here. This, the weakest black generation ever. Let me, hang on 1 second. I got to plug in my damn charger because my horizontal feed just went down because apparently that device died. Continuing on with the program, now while that's charging, I want to look at the comments real quick here. That's why he's not telling who is going to be on his cabinet. Charles, well, he did announce his, what is the woman's, what is she going to be, the chief of staff? He just announced his chief of staff today. Let me go back to the box. But yeah, if he starts appointing some of those folks from Project 2025, that tells you what you need to know. Moving on with the program. I don't know what I just did there. Something just froze. Let me try to make that happen again. We'll go to MAGA Reacts. Good evening, MAGA Reacts.
Pleasure as always.
Hey, same. Why she lose by so damn much?
You want the whole list, or you want Harris specifically, or the Democrats in general?
Give me your greatest hits.
Greatest hits. It starts with Afghanistan, inflation, border. Ukraine,
you blaming Kamala Harris for Afghanistan?
They're in charge. They still get blamed for it. I know, like, the Democrats is like not really her. It was Putin and all this.
It ain't her. No, she's
still in charge.
She's the vice president. She ain't got nothing to do with the botched evacuation of Afghanistan.
Okay. Do you want the Harris one specifically? I was just going down my whole list.
Okay. Give me some more.
The Harris one specifically. Harris specifically, she wasn't tested. She wasn't authentic from with all the flip-flop opinion. It's okay to flip-flop, but you got to show that you're authentic about what you're saying. She couldn't sit through a 30-minute interview. When she did do interviews, she basically filibustered them. All she did was answer, memorize scripts. You know what I mean when I say filibuster?
Just talking shit. Yeah, just talking shit.
What she did was she said her script. So you can still edit out what she said and make, videos out of it. You saw how SNL, everything she was saying, her the fake one was saying, they highlighted it and recorded it, even though it had nothing to do with the question being answered. She's had those tricks since she was a senator. I saw her do that when she was a senator. I saw her do that when she was debating Biden. A lot of her answers never made sense when it came to the question that was being asked. But then in highlights, it looked great because she was reading a script and they just showed what she was saying without actually showing
But here's what I keep saying, why I think Kamala gets held to a higher standard. We're talking about she's reading a script or she don't answer questions. Trump gets out there and says things that we know flat out is not true. That we downgraded to being an exaggeration when the fact is he's just telling a bunch of lies and we don't hold him accountable. But when she go out there where you don't sound authentic or you sound scripted, he's not being honest.
No, it's not that he's not being honest. Like, he talks, like, he answers a question, but he talks too much and says a lot of extra shit that some people highlight and like, oh, he's lying about this little part of what he said, but he still, like, means what he says. When he said he's going to deport everybody, he might not mean that he's going to deport everybody, but he definitely means that he wants to make the border more secure and he wants to close it.
When he gets up there and says, when he gets up there and says he won the 2020 election by a landslide, that's honest to you.
That's a whole different argument. I could get into it too if you want me to, but that's like a red herring.
It doesn't matter how much you get into it. At the end of the day, there is no solid evidence that he won by a landslide.
That's true, but it was also a very close race.
That ain't what he's saying.
It was the biggest election ever, even bigger than this one, but he lost it by 43,000 votes. All he needed was 12,000 votes in Arizona. 10,000 in Arizona, 12,000 in Georgia, and 20,000 in Wisconsin, and he's the winner. And, like, you saw how, like, after he won this time, we got, like, after he won in 2016, we got all this explanation of how he won. It was these people voting for him, he did this, and he did this. Today, same shit. He won, we getting an explanation of how he won and all this stuff. When Biden won, we got no explanation. We got censorship. We weren't even able to talk about the election.
I'm hearing all of that.
How close it was.
And yet none of what you said justifies him going out and said he won by a landslide.
I mean, he's a PR guy, so he's
lying. You see, that's what I'm saying. You're coming up with all these synonyms. It's a lie. Okay. You're giving him all these synonyms.
He's lying about that.
Yeah. He said the Democrat.
He's saying that he's not lying about.
He's saying
the Democrats improving the economy.
Yeah, but he's saying the Democrats.
The border.
Yeah, but he's saying the Democrats tried to take his life. That's a lie.
Someone tried to take his life.
No, that ain't what he said though.
What he's gone through.
That ain't what he said. He's blaming it on the Democrats.
I mean, they're calling him Hitler and a million other things, and then you're mad that he's calling her dumb. He's not calling her Hitler.
He's saying that he's calling her a socialist and a communist and a fascist, that she was born mentally ill. Yeah. What does he have to say?
None of that is evil. Like, calling him Hitler is evil. Like, you're not going to get killed for being dumb. You're not going to get killed for being socialist. I mean, you might for socialist, but... Oh, and what the other guy was saying...
Wait a minute. Hold on. Hang on. He called her a Marxist. By the way, calling somebody a communist, I mean, Stalin killed more people than Hitler. That is evil. That is evil. You just giving him an excuse.
He didn't call her Stalin, though. He didn't call her Stalin. He didn't call her, He didn't call her Mussolini or any other stuff. They called him Stalin, Mussolini, and all that shit.
I'm going to say to you what I said. I'm going to say to you what I said earlier in the live. If you don't like being called names, don't name call. I don't want what you basically are doing is just like a woman that hits a man and says, well, don't hit me back because you hit harder than her. If you don't want to get hit, don't put your hands on nobody. What he is doing is name calling and then saying, well, I'm victim because you call me a worser name. Don't get in the arena if you can't fight.
No. He only played the victim card when he was shot at.
You playing it right now. No. You playing it right now with the Nazi thing. You're doing it right now for him.
Yeah. Again, the Nazi thing, we never really bothered to waste our time with it until he was actually shot at and almost unalived twice.
So he gets shot at.
We're really fighting that much against him. I mean, we know it was BS, but before the assassination, the attempt on his life to unalive him, we really didn't fight it as much as we did after that. And I think that deserves at least that.
It doesn't give you
that tried to hurt her.
Getting shot at doesn't give you the right to blame the Democrats for your assassination attempt. That's horrible. I mean, he literally blamed the Democrats for trying to kill him.
Because they were calling him Hitler. They were calling him. I mean, I don't know what else to tell. The reasoning behind it.
Jeremy, if I call you, Jeremy,
it was fine until he got shot at, Jeremy, they continue to get shot. I mean, they continue to do it after a week.
Jeremy, if I call you Hitler and on the way home from work somebody try to kill you, that gives you the right to say I'm the reason it happened?
If you did it nonstop for 8 years, yes. On TV, in the media, in newspaper. Twice, not just once, twice.
I'm going to record.
They ended the campaign with it. Are you kidding me? And then Madison Square Garden was a Nazi rally. I mean, are you serious? That was all gaslighting, and people were fed up with it. We're like, he's not Hitler. That wasn't a rally. All this is just BS, and it stopped working.
I can hear you. I can actually hear you laughing while you saying this shit. You really realize
it's like a relief. Like, I have to hold back before because, like, the gaslighting was so strong, but at this point, the people have proven that the gaslighting stopped working. So now I can say it's gaslighting because it stopped working.
Well, let me ask you this, because this is a legitimate point. Charles Vaughn made a good point in the comments. You do realize J.D. Vance said that Trump is like Hitler. Should we blame him?
Yeah, that was at the beginning, before we had 4 years of him, before we got to know him.
So maybe J.D. Vance is the reason it happened. So maybe J.D. Vance is the reason it happened.
Again, that was at the beginning. I said it was 8 years of it. If you're year one doing it, we could forgive you. But a year at the end of the last week of her campaign, that's all she did was call him Hitler for 2 weeks. You know?
Oh my God! And saying that the Democrats.
Isn't that how she ended her campaign after the rally and all that? That's all she did was call him Hitler the last week of her campaign. She didn't talk about how she's going to fix the economy. She didn't talk about anything else. She called him fascist and Hitler the last week of the campaign. I mean, am I wrong about that? Is that just the Fox News highlights?
I'm just going. Yeah, you're wrong about a lot of this. In my opinion, I don't believe that somebody calling you an awful name gives you justification to blame them for somebody trying to put a hit on your life. I don't. I mean, because Trump has called people awful names as well. And yeah, Trump has called a lot of people awful names, and we called the people snowflakes for even being complaining about it. So yeah, I totally disagree with you on
those
this.
people weren't about to become president, and they're not about to run the free world.
What the hell does that mean?
Well, again, you can call something Hitler all day, but if Hitler doesn't come to power, who cares? But he's about to be the president, so you stop Hitler from becoming the president. It's different than calling anybody else Hitler, because you're not worried about that becoming president and doing what Hitler did. That's the difference. Like, people are worried that he's going to do what Hitler did now that he's president. That's the message that you're sending. So you have to stop Hitler from becoming president.
I'm going to record what you said and send it to you so you have something to laugh at when you're feeling down. I'm listening to the stuff you said, man. At the end of the day, like I said, I'm going
behind it. I could call you Hitler, but who cares? You're not going to go out and unalive anybody or do anything crazy. But he's going to be president, and if he's Hitler and he's becoming president, you don't think?
All right, okay. Let's stop. Yeah, they playing games with our lives, so let's stop using the H word.
Yeah, I don't want to get you in trouble.
Yeah,
I've already said way too much.
Yeah, TikTok. I don't like to block, ban, or censor anybody, but TikTok is restricting it because we're using the H word. I got to move it on, MAGA.
Yeah,
but congratulations on your victory, man.
Yeah, thanks. I still have the whole list. I'll message it to you. The whole list of why she lost.
And we'll talk.
Like really long.
I'll run through it when I talk to you next time. Send it to me. Thank you.
It'll be in your messages.
All right, appreciate it. All right, moving on to the program. I do want to address a couple of super chats. In MAGA Reacts, I always enjoy talking to him. Your prediction about the Supreme Court becomes real. Yeah, my prediction about the Supreme Court is that Trump will replace between 2 and 4 Supreme Court justices. Now, we know already he's responsible for 3 of the 9 on the Supreme Court are his now. I believe by the time he's done, you'll have between 5 and 7 of those 9 justices will be personally appointed by Trump. Now, 3 of them are already on there. And Clarence Thomas is 75. I say this all the time. Clarence Thomas is 75. And I think Justice Alito is 74, the guy with the upside down flag in front of his house that he claims his wife put up. And he's showing up to the crib every day and don't realize the whole American flag is upside down. But anyway, at both houses, by the way, even at his vacation home. I didn't know that. But Clarence Thomas, we know he liked gifts. And we know Alito is also favorable to Trump. So I think that it'll be pretty easy to get both of them for the sake of the Republican Party to step down. Let me appoint somebody that's about 25 years younger. You guys can retire. We'll give Justice Thomas, a few parting gifts. We know you like these. And they'll step down. So that'll give Trump 2 more appointees, meaning that he's personally responsible for 5 Supreme Court justices. And then there is Justice Roberts and Sotomayor. They're both 69. Sotomayor is the only liberal out of any of these things. And she has some health problems. So he could potentially replace Roberts at 69, and if Sotomayor can't hold it out, she may have to step down too, which means if he get all of that, then he'll be responsible, one man, for 7 justices. One dude. He's not officially a king, but that's pretty fucking close. Pretty fucking close. And like I told one of my viewers on YouTube on the horizontal feed that was talking about America has went too far to the left, which is why you got Trump. After all of that is said and done, unless Trump runs a perfect campaign, you could find America like we don't went too far to the right and we need to rein it in. I mean, because there won't be any left-wing policies. Now, I get that some folks don't like the woke shit, don't like some of the transgender shit, but there is some left-wing policies that the country likes, such as universal health care, some of the social policies that the right are against. You get a 7-3 majority on the Supreme Court leaning right. Trump got control of the House and Senate, and he's president. There won't be any left-wing policies left. And I think that's where the country will start saying you don't went too far to the right. Like, for instance, before I go to the box, a lot of folks are not happy that some Republican states have now began to shove Christianity down the throats of school children. I bring up all the time how Oklahoma, they have passed a law that now requires all public school children in that state, all of them. If you go to public school in the state of Oklahoma, I think it starts at 5th grade, from 5th grade to 12th grade. You have to read the Bible as part of the curriculum. Just like you got to do math and science as part of the curriculum, which means if you get a failing grade, they can hold you back. It's not optional. That's far to the right. That's what I'm talking about. Now that we've gotten a Trump administration, because many folks are like, yeah, that's kind of bad. A lot of my Trump supporters, that's kind of bad, but the ACLU will get it thrown up. That ain't going to happen now. The administration is so far to the right, I don't feel confident that if they challenge Oklahoma, that's going to get thrown out anymore. That's what I'm saying. So after 4 years of Trump or whatever the case may be, you could end up having people say, well, the country has moved too far to the right, to the point where if you don't believe in Christianity, you don't have a choice. They're still making you read the damn Bible. That's religious oppression, in my opinion. Real quick, I think I seen a meme that said that. If you're okay with Hindu and Muslim and Buddha children being forced to read the Bible, but you're not okay with Christians being forced to read the Quran and all that, that's not religious freedom. That's oppression. You want everybody to read your shit, but you don't want to be forced to read theirs. That's what they're doing. Looking in the comments, Mina Haran, thank you for the super chat. If he replaces justices, it will be conservative with conservative. Liberals aren't leaving. If liberals sick leave now, well, yes. If he replaces conservatives, it's gonna be with but he's replacing them with very young conservatives. Like I said, Clarence Thomas and Alito was 75 and 74. We already had a 6-3 majority on the Supreme Court, and the first three he put in, Kavanaugh, Amy Coney Barrett, and whatever the other guy's name. I mean, they're all like, early 50s or whatever, late 40s. And now he comes up and does a couple more of them. It's a 6-3 majority, but it's going to be a 6-3 majority now for probably another 30 years. And like I said, if for some reason Sotomayor can't make it, now it's a 7-2 majority for 30 years. 7-2. So that's getting, like I said, that's getting further and further to the right. And by the way, Justice Roberts, I believe, was appointed by Bush. He's not as far to the right as some of the justices Trump is putting in there. So even though you're replacing conservative with conservative, you can replace a conservative with a far-right conservative. Just like if you got rid of Sotomayor, let's say, for instance, and put in somebody like AOC. You can get rid of a liberal and you can put in a progressive. So Trump is putting in people that are far to the right. Looking in the comments, and that's where you get stuff like death penalty for abortions and shit like that could come out of it. I'm not saying it will, but that is stuff the far right supports. Real quick, I do want to go back to the box. I'm going to ask you folks to tap the screen. Should have been up to around about 100,000, but some of you got some lazy thumbs in here on TikTok. Tap the screen, get the likes up. Let's at least make 75 happen. Smash that like button on YouTube, horizontal, and YouTube vertical. We're on we're on YouTube, horizontal and vertical. I just want to make sure I didn't miss a super chat. I haven't looked it up, but I imagine you're not giving context to just what role the Bible plays in the curriculum. I don't care what role the Bible plays in the curriculum. You shouldn't be forced to read it. I mean, you don't want to be forced to read about transgender shit. Why should non-Christians be forced to read about Christianity? You don't need to know anything about the Bible to be a functioning adult. There's no reason why the Bible should be forced upon you as a school child. It is not necessary to have a well-rounded education that you know anything about the Bible at all. That's why. If Sotomayor is sick, she needs to leave now with Biden. That's a great point. That's what you were saying, Mina. Yeah, that is a great point. Don't do another Ruth Bader Ginsburg. I know she has some mental health issues, but I don't know how strong they are. But even still, regardless if they're strong or not, and the Democrats control the Senate, so they could, I agree with that. Sotomayor should step down now and let Biden replace her with somebody that's, put a 20-year-old in there, fuck it. I mean, because it's going to be pretty far to the right. I mean, I don't even think, you don't even, put Kim Kardashian in there. She got a law degree. Let me go back to the box. She put somebody in there that's real young and very far to the left. Not that it's going to matter with that much of a pushback. Furback, good evening. Welcome to the program. At this point, why not? Yeah. I mean, replace Sotomayor with somebody that's a lot younger to prevent it from ever becoming a 7-2 majority. I do think that would be a great idea, Mina. I agree with that 100%. Furback, good evening.
What's up, my man?
Yeah, and I can't believe I never thought about that myself. Get Sotomayor out of there. I can't believe I didn't come up with that. So what do you think, though? Why did Kamala Harris lose so bad?
Well, I think it's a combination of things. I think the 107 days, I think you got a great point there. I think that's it. And then, being tied to the Biden administration, I mean, I gave it to Trump. He pulled it out. I didn't think he would. Definitely blew it out the water. I didn't see that coming. But I think I started seeing the tea leaves the last time. I believe I talked to you. I was real surprised of us black men and I guess Hispanic men being oppressors. Like,
it wasn't really, in reality, it wasn't really black men. It was Hispanics that showed out. And to me, in my opinion, it probably got more to lose than us blacks. I think that with that, largest deportation in history, it's going to be a whole lot of innocent Hispanics caught up in that shit. They're married to them. They got kids by them. They live next to them. When they start snatching up, because I would say that there's a large portion of the Hispanic community, and I'm talking Americans, Hispanics that were born American, they might be of Mexican or Guatemalan descent or something like that. They know these people. They're friends with these people. They do business with these people. They're going to see a lot of folks they know and care and love getting yanked out of the country.
Yeah, and I mean, I like I said, I'm not part of that community, so maybe I shouldn't understand it. But even the white teen woman, it's like
they showed out for Trump too.
But in Florida, it was pointed out to me that 60% would have got the AB, kind of going down there. But
that's bullshit though. Because this is something they've been trying to do for the get-go. Trump said, look, I didn't ban abortion, I gave it to the states. All of these states are trying to prevent women from voting on it. And what Florida did to make it harder on women is that a simple majority, if more of you want abortion than not, that ain't good enough. You need 60% of them. So they got like 57% of the vote is in favor of giving a woman access. But because that ain't 60, they still don't have it. So literally the minority is ruling on that topic in Florida.
But they tried to split the dog. They tried to get AB rights and vote for the orange man. And they got fucked both ways. You know what I mean?
Well,
you roll the dice, sometimes you crap out.
Yeah, trust me, I've lost a lot of money that way.
But what's more intriguing to me is that, he lucked up. And I can see, to your point, that his last term, he didn't fuck up Obama's economy when everything is trending up. It's kind of the same situation. So I asked MAGA and the supporters, at what point do it becomes his economy when he becomes president.
It's a great
Can't
point.
be 8 months in. Can't be 10 months in.
MAGA ain't gonna hold Trump accountable. But I'll tell you one thing: the minute Trump get in there, give Trump 6 months, and he'll be telling you this is the best economy in the world. Because right now, under Biden, right now as we speak, under Biden, most economic analysts, they are saying the economy in the U.S. is better than any other country on earth. Now, to get elected, Trump is saying that the economy is shit. But that same economy performing like it is right now, with the analysts saying it's the best in the world, once that same economy is under Trump, he's going to be saying it's the best economy in the world.
And that's where the, cognitive dissonance come in. That's why, your last call was like, why does he get a bad rap? Why do people think he's the mustache man? Well, it's his fucking rhetoric. You know what I mean? Like I said, and then you have no pushback from the people that support him. Y'all all fall in line. You know what I mean? I haven't heard one dissent. And if you do dissent, now you're not a fucking patriot. Now you're a fucking rhino. I mean, what the fuck are we doing? You know what I mean? But like I'm kind of with Dan Cal. You get the government you deserve. Yeah. I always believe that.
It could be a lot of distraught people.
But those same economists also said that his plan would fucking trash this country.
Yeah, the tariffs, they are saying that. But at the same time, I do believe like no tax on tips and some. I do believe Trump is promising some stuff that will not be delivered. But at the end of the day, folks who support Trump, they ain't gonna hold him accountable for that. Because remember, when he left office in 2020, despite not building a wall, despite not draining the swamp, despite not replacing Obamacare, he said promises made, promises kept, and they were saying that back. They were always saying, hey, promises made, promises kept. Like, you didn't do all the signature things you promised, you failed at it. Promises made. So I don't think they're going to hold him accountable for it, though.
Well, we was all nuts when we was talking about Project 25 and this 300 million.
Oh, my God, that's looking bad.
And now you got your guy coming out, but like, yeah, we was just bullshit on us.
Yep. That was Steve Bannon. I saw the video of that.
So, I mean, that's kind of how I saw it shaking out. Those that supported him, when this shit hits the fan, how do you get out of your coat by saying that, well, it's fucked up, but it's going to be all right? You got Elon saying that maybe the American people need to hurt a little bit. He's going to be in that fucking administration in some way or the other. So, I mean, hey, like I said, I think us as black people, we bullshit tested. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, they can't fucking get us out the way. So for these other groups, now y'all gonna see how it is to catch the colds we've been catching for fucking 20, 40, 50, 60 years. And let's see if you can hold up.
Well, but in their case, we can say they voted on it. It wasn't forced down their throat. They voted for it. So, hey, no sympathy. Sweep the leg, as they said, Cobra Kai. I gotta move it on though for about. Yeah, they voted for it.
Hey, that's a big-ass pill to swallow. Hope it don't get caught in your throat. Peace out, brother.
Like the analogy. Appreciate it. All right, moving on with the program. And by the way, tap the screen. Getting close to 75,000. Some of you folks on TikTok is showing the program some love. By the way, folks, if you do enjoy this type of programming, Monday through Friday, we're here. We don't block, ban, or censor. We are MAGA friendly. Have been that way since day one. Always shall be. Got to get the number 47. I got to order that probably right after the broadcast. He will be around. So 45. Well, I get 45-47. But anyway, yeah, we don't block, ban, or censor. You can be critical of anybody, including the host on this program. If you favor that type of dialogue, feel free to follow the program. TikTok, a subscription on YouTube horizontal, YouTube vertical. You Dems want more inflation, high gas prices, high energy prices. Try buying a home now and see how that works out. You are correct to a sense. My pushback is this: the Republicans, in effort to criticize Biden and Harris, make it sound like the economy is not on the rebound. The economy is not great. I'm not trying to say the economy is doing great right now, but it's on the rebound. This ain't 2022. If you listen to the right, it's like the economy has made no progress at all. It's like it is exactly where it's been, and that's just not true. I do want to play this clip. I was letting this run while I was looking for it, but this is what is making the news right now. This is on somebody else's side. I don't know who this guy is. I'm not interested in what he has to say. He leans left. I want to play the Trump staffer that comes at it.
Matt Walsh, welcome back. Matt Walsh, I think, is a very smart and a funny guy. Just put up on Twitter. Now that the election is over, I think we can finally say that, yeah, actually, Project 2025 is the agenda. That's from Matt Walsh. Fabulous.
He didn't seem to be very denying of it. And that was Steve Bannon, by the way, that was reading that on that. He didn't seem to have any problem with him saying that. So we'll see. But like I said earlier in the program, we'll see who Trump puts on his administration. If he starts putting a bunch of Project 2025 authors and giving them jobs on his administration, that's a telling sign that it's probably true. You know, all of a sudden the Heritage Foundation is orbiting around his administration. I tend to believe that, you know, you are who you hang around. So if you're hanging around a bunch of Project 2025 folks and viewing them favorably, it's probably going to happen. And I see in the comments, a lot of supporters of Trump are coming back with the common response. It was a joke. Who laughs at that? Project 2025 is incredibly oppressive. It is incredibly regressive. It rolls the country back. It is very far to the right. So when folks, like in the comments, I got several people, it was a joke, he's trolling. Who would find that funny? That's very similar to the, you know, Puerto Rico is an island of garbage. It's a joke. Who finds that kind of shit funny? That's not comical. It's amazing that how often Trump says controversial shit. Well, it was a joke. Like, are we electing a comedian? Is that what I mean? Some of this stuff is not funny, and I don't think Project 2025 coming from someone who actually has the power to implement Project 2025 is comical. That would be like you being in the back of a police car, handcuffed, and you see the passenger cop talking to the driver cop. Instead of taking him to the police station, how about we take him to a field somewhere and smoke his ass and bury him? I'm just joking. He can do that. You're handcuffed in the back of the car. He's making a joke about something awful that he has the power to do. That ain't funny. Nobody's gonna break up laughing about that. So I don't get the notion where it's just a joke. It's not funny. People believe it's real. It's only funny to some sick fuck. Let me go back to the box. He's making a joke, huh? Michael, another one of my subscribers. We always get the subscribers first, Diggs. Good evening, Michael. Hold on a second, Mike, before you do. Oh my God, Matt Walsh is a joker. He makes troll movies. Am I racist? What is a woman? Lady Ballers. He is media. Doesn't work for Trump. It's interesting you would say he's media, he's a joker, and he doesn't work for Trump after naming, am I racist? What is a woman? Lady Ball. He don't work for Trump, but he sure sounds like he's on the same side as the guy. Everything you named is exactly what Trump and MAGA just says. Michael, good evening.
I told you, Tim. I've been telling your ass for weeks now. These motherfuckers are exactly who I told you. Listen, I told you. I've been telling you. I know you like to play devil's. You giving me the Maya Angelou? I told you. You damn right I am. When they show you who they are, you believe them.
Yeah.
They've been showing this shit the entire time. And for Steve Bannon, who just got out of prison, to say that, they don't have to hide it anymore.
No.
See, here's the thing. You gotta have a short-term strategy with a long-term vision. And their short-term strategy was to get these Hispanic men and these stupid-ass black MAGA and all these people to believe this bullshit. That's their short-term. Listen, I told you, this is like Hungary. This is like Netanyahu. Listen, we are dealing with it. They've been showing us what they've been doing the entire time, and everybody's been thinking it's a damn game. It's not a game. But at the same time, a lot of people just got played. A lot of people just
well, they don't
played.
know it. They believe that under Trump, Biden's economy sucks. And by the way, Mina says those are movies. Those are movies from a right-wing perspective. But
Okay.
yeah, but at the same time, people do believe that Biden was not listening to men, the rise of feminism, the rise of the LGBT community. The alpha male was getting left behind. They were being emasculated. And they believe that, under Trump, you're going to get back the tradition of man being on the top, a man being recognizable to a woman. That's what they're going for.
But the parts that they left out was white team men will be back on top. All these Byron Donalds and Tim and Tim Scotts and all these black MAGA and these Hispanic men doing all that bullshit, they about to find out real quick. What they have outlined in Project 2025, they are not part of their long-term strategy. They were part of their short-term strategy, was to get them to buy into it, to do exactly what they did. Now get your ass out the way, because we don't give a shit about none of y'all. How does mass deportation garner 54% of the vote from Hispanic men? How do those two things go together? And that's what I'm telling you. And they just played their cards, and they got exactly what they were looking for. And look what they're going to do to those very people that supported them. Steve Bannon just told you.
Yeah. I don't get the Hispanic angle. Here's what I've heard though, because there was a border town, Starr County, Texas. It's a border county down there in very far south Texas. It has a 97% Hispanic population, and they voted for Trump first time in 128 years. That county voted Republican. They voted. It's 97% Hispanic. So maybe they're seeing something that folks on the left ain't seeing. There's got to be something, because in that county, huh?
No, they don't have to be nothing, Tim. Listen. We know what it is. I don't know. Why are we dancing around this? Why are we trying to make it seem like it's something that it's not? That's the part I do not understand about this shit. Why are we dancing around the blatant racism, white Christian nationalist agenda? It's been out there. It's been in our face. It's 900 pages of it. It's been going on since 2015, and we act like it's not there. I don't understand it.
If it's that racist, is there a bunch of, are the Hispanics a bunch of Clayton Fernando Bixby's or something? Why don't the Hispanics see the racism?
Hey, you know what? There's a lot of there's always been, unfortunately, our two communities have always had, there's always been a certain level of discontent. Black folks are always at the bottom of the totem pole, Tim.
We know that. You know
that. So what it just showed me is that, and there's a lot of, and you're right to the extent that the Trump administration and the campaign zeroed in on that macho bull, and they were right. Yeah. And they were right.
No,
but what these idiots don't understand is they're not part of the long plan here. When you look at the Board of Education, the Department of Education, and what they're going to do, there are some people that voted for Trump that are going to lose their tenure. They're going to lose their tenure. It's what they want to do. It's in Agenda 47.
Not only are they going, it's going to happen at the Board of Education, or someone getting rid of the Department of Education. It's going to happen at the FBI. Yeah. He's talking about the EPA, all three-letter organizations need to realize you guys may have some layoffs. And real quick in the comments, Dennis Calhoun said the alpha male that imitated fellatio on a microphone. He did do that.
Again, all of that, and listen, Tim, and I told you every time I got on here, I said, why we keep talking about the Haitians eating cat? Because that's not, all that shit was a distraction. I'm telling you that since we met. And at the end of the day, it is what it is. And now they're talking about the denationalization. You see that? They're talking about that already too. All the naturalized citizens. Yeah. Steve Miller was talking about.
So if you actually came here legally and actually became a naturalized citizen, they want to revoke that too?
Yes, Steve Miller was talking about it today. Stephen Miller, look it up.
Yeah, I'm doing
it up. Look, damn. Listen, man, I'm telling you. I'm not surprised. I read Project 2025.
What happened to we're okay with immigrants just come here legally?
Did you see it? Did you just look it up?
I'm looking. Who said it? Stephen Miller?
Stephen Miller sure did.
Wow. I haven't heard
Sure
that.
did. But here's the thing. It doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me. Listen, I told you before, I coached youth sports forever at the high schools forever. You know how many kids I saw on a 504 plan or IEP plan that if he wants to do with the Department of Education like he wants to, all of that goes away. ESL programs, all that stuff goes away. All of that stuff. They want to return it to the states. Well, if you teach Black history, the federal government doesn't want to fund it. Donald Trump said that out of his mouth.
Mm.
Now, have you seen that?
No, you telling me? I mean,
yeah. He said it on Fox News. He was being interviewed. What's the other little coon brother that sits on Fox? The little coon, the little brother. I don't know what his name is. He's sitting right next to him, and they asked him, so if a school or if a county wanted to teach about slavery, and he would say we wouldn't fund them.
I did see that. I did see that. Yeah. Well, again, Fox News is very far. I want to say they're in the tank for Trump. I mean, whatever Trump says, Fox News is going to back it up. And unfortunately, if Trump picks some of these far right folks, then they're not going to challenge them either.
Yeah, I know. Look, at the end of the day, I really wish if you gave me one wish other than him not winning the election,
what would it be?
Everyone that voted for him to wear their MAGA gear every day. So as this shit starts to sink and as it starts to come undone, I want them to own it. Because I'm telling you right now, when it starts backwards, all the people that have been coming on your show, they will not be coming on your show no more. Because they're not going to own that shit.
Well,
because they haven't owned the reality of what it was. They're not going to own it, Tim. Well, we got to deal with this. We got work to do, man. We got work to do. Our kids aren't going to know their history if we leave it to them. Our kids are.
Well, they'll know their history plus or minus a few details.
They'll know what we teach them.
Yeah.
They won't be in the schools. They'll be teaching them the Bible, which was supposed to separate religion and state, but they don't want to do that. People aren't paying attention. People are not paying attention.
You're painting you're painting a very, very bleak picture, man. You're painting some depressing shit.
All I'm doing is regurgitating what I've read out of their project. That's the funny part. There's nothing I just told you that has not been outlined. Yeah. So it's not, I'm just conveying what I'm reading that we all can read. It's all out there. I'm not saying anything off script of what they have laid out and what they're saying they want to do. And when people want to dismiss it that they're not, you wouldn't do that with anything else in your life, would you? If somebody brought you all these things that they were going to do to you to your door, would you just dismiss it?
I wouldn't, but they do. I would not do that. I get it. And by the way, I tried to find what you're talking about. I can't find the part about deporting naturalized citizens. I tried to find it.
He said they're about to turbocharge denaturalization. He said it started in 2025 and they're going to turbocharge it.
All right.
Those were the exact words on the thing. I'll find it and send it to you. You know I do my research.
Appreciate that. I got to move it on. Definitely, I want to see that because that'll certainly come up. At least here it will. Thank you. Appreciate you coming through, man.
We got to keep up the fight because this is ridiculous.
No shit. I agree with you 100%. Certainly, if it's as bad as you're saying, send me what you got. I need to see that.
I'm gonna send it to you.
All right. Appreciate it. All right, moving on with the program real quick. Someone on 4 channel said the Democrats eat babies. Yikes. Does that make it Kamala's plan? Okay, I see what you said. You said someone on I guess on some social media page said the Democrats eat babies. Does that make it Kamala's plan to make baby eating legal? Don't read something online and then pretend it's Trump's policy. I don't know. Now, I appreciate the input there on YouTube horizontal, but that's kind of what's been going on. I mean, Kamala Harris never talked about once a baby is born, putting it to the side and deciding whether to terminate it, but they were putting that on her. That's exactly what you're talking about is what happened to Kamala Harris. They were putting all sorts of far left shit on her that she had nothing to do with. So all of a sudden now when it happens to Trump, you want people to actually do their homework and look it up? All right, and I see you, Charles Vaughn, you said you posted it to me. I'll have to look it up. I can't do it right now while the show is going on, but continuing on, Trey, good evening. Welcome to the program. Almost good morning, but good evening. The denaturalization section underscores the department's commitment to bring justice to terrorists, war criminals, sex offenders, and other fraudsters who legally obtain naturalization. Now, LP in the comments on YouTube typed in the denaturalization section underscores the department's commitment to bring justice to terrorists, war criminals, sex offenders, and others. So what he's basically saying is if you've become a naturalized citizen and you commit an act that they think is some of the war criminals, terrorists, sex, then they can take away your citizenship. Now, on his face, that sounds great or sounds like it sounds legit, but the fact is they can make up shit to make you fit that bill. I mean, certainly with terrorism, who knows what the hell that is? When we hear the word terrorism, we tend to think of a Middle Easterner. You don't ever call the Klan, for instance. You would never hear somebody say the KKK is a terrorist group. Yet they perfectly fit the definition of it. So that what you're talking about, to me, sounds like justification to do what my last caller was concerned about. Trey, good evening.
What's up, my brother from the Chi?
You know what I always say, hanging around like Jesse Jackson at a Klan meeting. So what's going on with you?
Hey, man, I told you what I told you last week when I talked to you. This is still the USA. They're not putting no woman in the White House.
So we are a sexist country.
Hey, it is what. Listen, it's not that. This is not the time for a woman.
When is the time?
When is the time? That's not.
When is the time?
Hey, when the country is going smooth and everything is straight, then you put it in there. But this ain't the time when you got wars going on right now.
You and I both know. You and I both know if the country was going smooth, as you just stated, people would say now is not the time because a man got us here and we don't need to take a risk on a female. She gonna destroy all of that. It wouldn't, no matter when the time come up.
I disagree with that. I disagree with that because the woman knows how to run the house. She knows how to run the household and keep things in check. But right now, you need that man in there to handle these wars. Now he needs the females in his administration to handle things, bills, and handle, get economy back. But as far as these wars and things like that, it's not the time for that. Not in the Middle East.
You and I disagree on this. I don't think there will ever be a time. If you don't believe a woman is capable of managing certain circumstances as good as a man, then you likely ain't gonna ever believe a woman should be in there because those circumstances, even if they're not happening, as you're pointing out, saying that the country is going well, there's always a chance they could happen. And what they would say then, if we put a woman in there, just like they said with Biden, they sense Biden as a weak leader, and that's why the wars are breaking out. So when Trump left office, we didn't have the wars. Biden gets in there, they sense him to be a weak leader, and that's what they would say when you put a woman in there. In good times, but they would say if you put her in there.
That's the truth. Biden is a weak leader.
No, he's not. Not in that. Hold on. Let me tell you why I disagree with you. Now the notion is that Putin did not attack anybody under Trump, but he decided to do it because Biden is a weak leader. When you look at what has happened, let's say that's true. When you look at what has happened to Russia, he attacked the Ukraine in February of 2022. So that's been about 2.5 years. And we're going to believe that when Putin went into the Ukraine in February of 2022, he thought he believed at that time he would still be dealing with the Ukraine 2.5 years later, has lost tens of thousands of soldiers, had to import soldiers to North Korea to replace all his dead ones. You think that outcome shows Biden as a weak leader? Biden has kicked ass. The only reason why Russia's still in this.
Wait a minute. What Biden had to do with this? Biden, listen, Europe, we over here. The only thing we doing is sending them a percentage of weapons.
You telling me that
Europe?
This
is Europe fight.
You're telling me that if Biden had said we're not going to play any part in this at all, Russia would be still fighting Ukraine right now? They would have still lost tens of thousands of soldiers?
I believe it. It's war.
They didn't have no weapons.
It's war.
Nobody else is sending Ukraine weapons. They're getting them from us. Without.
So you know what? That's because we the dumb ones. Europe has weapons. Europe have mass amount of weapons. If the USA wasn't doing it, you think Europe gonna sit back and not do it? No, they gonna do it. We just the dumb motherfuckers. No, they ain't even dumb. They ain't even dumb. The USA is making a lot of money off of war. You make money off of war, so that's why USA is running the gauntlet. This war is just a war on paper for the USA, and the paper that is on is green paper. It's all about money. They don't give a fuck about Ukraine.
I agree with you that the U.S. is always getting in wars for profit. I'm not disagreeing with that, but I disagree with you that if Biden did not send the Ukraine weapons for the last 2.5 years, that the Ukraine would have got them from Europe and they would still be fighting the Russians. I don't believe that because the Europe don't have all of the satellite surveillance and all the other intelligence that we're giving them. Without Biden,
guess what, Tim? Guess what?
What?
We will see.
I guarantee you that Russia is going to come out better under Trump. Probably this time next year, Russia will be doing significantly better under Trump than they were doing under Biden. That war probably will be over with.
That's what I'm telling you. We will see. I bet you Europe gonna step their ass up when the USA pull out of there.
And that ain't good for our allies either.
I can guarantee you that.
I'm just simply saying, based on what has happened, the notion that Biden is a weak leader and now is the time to attack doesn't measure up. Putin, there's no way in hell. Hold on a second. There's no way in hell Putin thought when he went into the Ukraine in February of 2022, he expected to still be dealing with them in November, almost coming up on 2025. He didn't expect that. Biden stood up and helped out the Ukrainians with strength that Putin, if he thought Biden was a weak leader, would never have imagined.
Biden is a puppet, brother. That's all. The military run that shit. Biden ain't had nothing to do with that. Biden sat back and whatever the military said, Biden said, "Okay, go ahead, do it."
Yeah. So when things go well, it's somebody advising Biden, but when something go bad, it's Biden's fault directly.
No, Biden's still the commander in chief. He's still the commander in chief. He's still the person that got to say, "Okay, go ahead."
Biden is responsible. Russia having lost all of those soldiers, having to import soldiers from the North Koreans, lost all of the tanks and military. Biden is responsible for that. That does not happen without Biden's intervention, Biden's assistance of the Ukraine, Biden's surveillance, without Biden's stroke of the pen authorizing that stuff. That does not happen. Biden is the reason that Russia is still at war, still losing people. Biden did that. Whether you want to give him credit for it or not, that weak leader is the reason why they're struggling like that.
That's funny.
Okay.
That's funny. Okay,
I'm sure all of the dead Russians are laughing with you. I'm sure all them dead Russians, oh my God, that is hilarious.
I would give it to you. Biden the man. Biden the one that did all that.
I'm just saying he the man. I'm not saying Biden was all that great of a leader. I'm just saying it from the standpoint of Biden was a weak leader and now is the time to attack. The evidence don't measure up to that. By the way, Biden also flew to Taiwan and said on their soil to them, if China encroaches, we got your back too. And you notice China, after seeing what's happening in Russia, China ain't made a damn move at all during the whole Biden administration.
That's incorrect. That's incorrect. China this whole time been flying missions over Taiwan the whole time.
That ain't war. That ain't war.
China been flying planes and jets right next to USA planes, invoking them, telling them to come on get some. So come on now, let's They didn't
do anything, is what I'm saying. They saw what happened to Russia. They didn't decide to invade Taiwan under Biden.
You think the reason why they didn't do it because they was scared of America?
Yeah. After seeing what happened to Russia, yeah, when Biden got up there and said,
you gotta be joking me. Little bitty Taiwan, you think China was scared because of America? Come on now.
Little bitty Ukraine.
Twice the size of our army.
Come on, little bitty Ukraine. and see what happens. Look what the Ukraine. Nobody on earth thought Ukraine would be still fighting this shit 2.5 years later. Nobody expected that. Little bit of Ukraine with American assistance has been kicking ass. The Taiwan.
You mean with the whole? You mean with the whole Europe assistance, correct?
You trying your best. Biden is responsible for that because Biden could have told Europe to stand. Biden could have told Europe to stand down too.
Where's USA at, Tim?
It's in North America.
How far is USA from Ukraine?
You got to be kidding me, right?
No, how far is USA from Ukraine?
You do realize we have bases and weapons on every continent, right?
Where is Europe at?
Europe is closer to Ukraine, but we have bases in Europe too.
So wait a minute. If Europe is closer to Ukraine, who the fuck should be defending Ukraine?
We have the equipment. Europe does not. We have far more weapons than the whole of Europe.
How you figure? The whole Europe, all those states, all those countries in Europe.
All of those states. We have more. Do you realize the largest military air force on earth is the United States? The United States Air Force has the largest military air force. You know who has the second largest military air force on earth? The United States Navy. We have more equipment than all of Europe combined. Who else has aircraft carriers? How many nuclear subs are coming out of Europe compared to America? Yes, we have more equipment than the whole of Europe. Eastern too.
Okay. All right. I get it.
In fact, let me tell you this. Hold on.
It's our job to be the security guards.
Not only do we have more equipment than the whole of Europe, it's like in a whole different universe. Like we have a lot. Like you could take their equipment and triple it, and we still have more than it. It's not even in the same universe how much more shit we got than them. And I'm not even getting to satellites and all kinds of other shit that they don't have. Yes, by far we got more than Europe. I can't even believe you asked me that.
No, I'm making a point. Why is not Europe? Why is not their responsibility to protect Ukraine? Why is it America's responsibility to take the lead on Ukraine, and we over here?
I don't disagree.
Tell me that. Why is it our responsibility?
I don't disagree with that, but that's the cost of talking about you want to be the world's police. You got to do this kind of shit. You want your dollar to control everything. You want input in everything. That if we took your advice and what Trump is talking about, well, we're going to focus only on America. We're going to be a nationalist country. We're going to get out of overseas environments. The U.S. dollar would cease to be the number one currency. We would cease to be a superpower. Other countries would step up and take our place, which is why I'm telling you, Trump is not going to do that stuff. He would make us a weaker country. The reason why we're the strongest country on earth is because we are making puppets out of every damn body. If we do what Trump is talking about doing.
What happened when Russia took Croatia under Obama?
He took Georgia under Trump. Or he took Georgia under Bush, rather, in 2008, and Crimea under Obama in 2014. What about it?
So what happened then? Why we went over there helping them then?
Maybe they didn't feel like doing it. I don't know. Maybe they had a different stance than the Obama. The Biden administration obviously had a different stance on it.
Okay.
That's the only thing I can say. You know, it's just like Trump.
So what happened? What happened today with all these leaders calling Trump?
What do you mean?
So you heard about all the leaders. You heard about Hamas. Hamas saying they wanted to have a peace deal now in the Middle East about what's that deal over there?
Hamas was saying they want to have a peace deal before Trump won the election. I mean,
no, Hamas leadership put out a statement today that they ready for a deal.
But they've been saying that. And Israel was like, well, you got to give us the hostages back. They've been saying they want a peace deal. That ain't something new. What's your point?
I'm telling you, all these leaders, they want to end these wars because of Trump.
I don't I don't think it has anything to do with Trump. I think they're gonna say we want to end these wars because that's what they say. But at the end of the day, when it comes down to, well, what would it take to get you to end war? And once they don't measure up to that, the war is going to continue. They've been telling Israel they want to end the war for the longest. They were saying that long before Trump won the election. But they can't get the terms together. So it hasn't ended.
But that's been Israel's fault. With Trump ain't gonna play that shit like Biden. Biden play that pussyfoot shit. Well, he's sitting around. Yeah, y'all can maybe do this. We're gonna still give y'all a couple of bombs to drop. Trump ain't gonna be that way.
No,
Trump gonna be like, look.
Trump is going to do exactly what he said. He told Netanyahu to finish the job. Netanyahu is not interested in a two-state solution. He's not interested in giving the Palestinians anywhere to call their own. Under Trump, Netanyahu is going to be allowed to roam and reign supreme. And by the time that shit's over with, Netanyahu and the Israelis are going to own all of Gaza. And the Palestinians are pretty much going to be submissive to their free will. That's how that's going to end. That ain't great. That's not a great outcome, but
okay. All right, let me address something right quick. Let me address Al Sharpton Jr. first.
What the fuck?
Your last guest, Al Sharpton Jr., Mike the Boss. He ain't nothing but an Al Sharpton Jr. Every time that brother come on your program, the first thing he talk about is black and brown. It's racial. It's racial. All the black men, the poor black people. Oh, we just so depressed.
Aren't you black?
We need to learn how to do it. Every single time.
Aren't you a black?
What's that?
Black, right?
Yes, sir. Okay. But I'm a strong black man. And I ain't no second level. I don't take second fiddle to nobody. To white people and nobody.
Okay.
Ain't no depression.
All right. So what's your point?
I ain't no depression. I'm from the 60 area where black men stand up. We don't sit there and say,
let me ask you this. I don't normally do this, but would you, since you called out those last two guests, would you like to have them on with you?
Of course.
All right. If they come up, I'll put them on with you. Just so you can. I don't normally bring on multiple guests at one time, but since you called them out, I think they might want to have a word with you. So just for shit and giggles.
Go ahead. Let's go.
Then Cal?
Yes, sir.
He has.
I just want to. I want to. First of all, I want to establish a hierarchy and understanding of our conversation. First of all, what is your education level? And second of all, what is your financial situation?
Sir, I have a master's degree in business, and I own 3 businesses. I own 3 gyms.
Okay, so
for 23 years. Any more information?
So you are established in life. Okay, so when did you become successful in life?
You say when?
Yes.
I've been successful in my life. I've been successful my whole life.
Okay. So did you have more money under Trump than you have now?
My money's been the same my whole time.
Okay. That's good. Because from the beginning, when I was raised with my mother and my grandmother, they told me as a black man, don't say that anybody gave you success. It was you who did that.
Of course.
Okay, so when all of these people say, well, I had more money under Trump, I was more successful under Trump, what did you say about that?
I can't say anything because that's their own personal experiences.
No, I'm asking you, what did you say? Were you more successful under Trump, or are you more successful now?
Man, I've been running gyms pretty much my whole life, so my success is based upon myself.
I'm not saying whether you failed or whether you would. I said
you can't measure yourself because you can't measure your success under a president.
Okay. That's what I want to establish with you when we have this conversation. When we say, as black people, as anybody, we were more successful when this situation was happening, or now?
Where's this conversation coming from?
Yeah, I gotta say, Dencal. I'm kind of curious to the point you're trying to bring up, and also Michael.
Me too. I'm lost.
Because a lot of the understanding that I've been hearing is that, hey, I had more money, I was more successful.
You ain't never heard that from me. You talking to the wrong person.
No, I'm. This is a general understand. Is that not something has been said?
Well, I want to know what you came up here. I want to know what you came up here to talk to me about. I'm not talking about the general population.
Look, I'm trying to figure out like how you view like the Trump administration as being better for you or better for us as a people.
How I view the Trump administration.
Yes.
Well, now I want to be honest with you. I don't give a fuck about Trump or the administration.
Alter ego. Thank you.
They have no control over what we do. They're only in office for 4 years. So we can't look at this as these people are going to be better for us. We got to make our own success. That's how I believe. I was raised in Chicago, on the west side of Chicago, on the Chiefs.
So we on the same team now, because what I misunderstood about all the times when I've watched you in the section and talking about, like, everything you've been talking about. Now I have a different understanding.
Okay, let me. All right, well, if you guys have come to some terms, I want to hear what Michael had to say, because Michael also wanted to come in and holler at him. Mike, I'll give you, because I do want to. I'm gonna move the program on, but I'll give you a couple minutes. I want to see what you guys, what is your point on this as well, Michael? Go.
Well, he brought my name up as if somehow I come on here and I don't speak facts. So see, he has a master's degree. I don't have a master's degree. He has a master's degree. So it's beyond me, and it sounds like you're successful. So it's beyond me how you can't understand what's actually going on and what's actually happening. And when I'm listening to you talk to Tim, and he's telling you exactly what it is, and you keep deflecting like it's about Biden wasn't this and Trump's going to do that. But if you've been paying attention, Trump's never done anything that he said he was going to do. Nothing. But you say I get up here and I'm in my feelings or I sound angry. Two things I'm not. I'm not angry, I'm passionate. Because I care about not just myself and my own success. I care about making sure that our people don't lose rights that our people before us fought for. That's important. So when you say I mentioned black, regurgitating the position that Trump and the administration talk. Because every time they talk about people, they're talking about black and brown. All the time. So I mentioned, I give back what I receive. I'm not looking for any. You think I'm looking for this situation for this country and us as a people? I'm not looking for this. They're showing us. And if you're educated, you sat in classes and had to study and write theses and all that to get your master's. Where's your thesis and your master's on what's going on in the country now, since you have such a strong position?
Okay, I'm gonna tell you
most of what you said.
All right, let me hear his answer to that, Mike. Respond.
All right. So, Mike, I watch this program a lot.
Thank you.
You come on here a lot.
Appreciate it.
And a lot of times that you come on here, every single time, I swear I sound like I'm listening to Al Sharpton. I'm not going.
You talking about the guest or the host? You talking about the guest or the host? So you're not talking about me, are you?
No, I'm talking about Mike.
Okay.
I feel like he Al Sharpton Jr. He race bait more than anything, brother. I'm telling you, it sounds like I have to look at your picture and say, is that his son?
What's race bait?
Because I don't hear you saying positive things. Race bait. It's always about how the brown people are depressed, how the brown people are being targeted.
Listen, we are being targeted, but I've never said depressed. But what I'm telling you is all I'm doing is sharing the information that they're putting out there. That's the part.
You're not sharing the information though. You act like this 1950 something.
Have you read Project 2025?
Man, come on. Let's get off of Project 2. We can't talk
no,
about
wait,
something.
hold on. Until we know for sure.
Why are we talking about something that's not reality?
Hold on a second. Hold on. You don't know if that's not reality or not. You've been told by the Trump administration it's not.
Yes,
Let me finish. Hold on. Let me host this shit. Let me host this shit. We're all for free speech. I'm gonna let you talk, but damn it, let me get in here. The point I want to make is this. Trump has denounced all connection to Project 2025, but we know there are several members of his administration that were part with him and with the Heritage Foundation, including Mike Pence, who basically said once Trump gets back in here, thinking he was going to get reelected in 2020, that he would be part of it. So I don't want to say it is for certain, but I damn sure can't say it's not. Where you're at, you're making it sound like it's just a joke.
The Heritage Foundation is a think tank that's been writing shit for the Republican presidents forever. Just like the Democrats have a liberal think tank that's been writing ideas for them. This shit just got put out there. There's a platform that the president is running on. The president is running on his platform. His platform has got to be put to the public, and the public votes on his platform. They don't vote on 2025. They don't vote. That's not on his platform.
Trey, okay, I'm gonna
You think he would put that shit on his platform? You think he actually gonna tell you that's what I plan on doing before an election?
Listen, he put out Agenda 47. Which was 25 light.
Yeah,
but here's the thing, Trey, and this is what I'm telling you. If you've read Project 2025, even if you've looked at it, how is it possible for Project 2025 to outline executive orders that are in that doc that are the same executive orders that Donald Trump signed?
The
same exact executive orders. The executive order numbers in that document are the same ones he implemented when he was in office. See, this has been going on since 2015, Trey. This isn't new. Trey,
listen. I didn't read 2025 because that affects me.
Trey, we have documentation. We have videos.
Yeah, I heard that.
We have videos of the people who created Project 2025 saying behind the scene, look, you can look it up. They are saying that yes, he has to reject Project 2025 while he's trying to become the president because it's unpopular. But we know that once he becomes the president, he is going to.
And I will submit to you. And by the way, Infinity, I saw your comment. I'll address your super chat in a minute. But I will say this, just like with saying that Project 2025, I don't have anything to do with. He said the same thing about rolling back Roe v. Wade before he got elected the last time. It's not popular, so he's not going to admit that.
I'm sorry, brothers. I'm sorry, brothers. I'm just from a different generation. This to me sounds like the scariest, weakest generation of black people that I ever seen. I'm sorry. I gotta call it as I see it. This shit sounds weak. We talking about a Project 25.
Well, what sounds?
I mean, come on now.
Well, what sounds weak is the fact that what you just said. What you said was you don't care about Project 2025 because it doesn't affect you. That's what you said.
It doesn't affect a bunch of us. There's some shit that's on the paper.
Well, hold on. But so you're saying it doesn't affect you. So acknowledging that it exists, because you can't say something doesn't affect you if it doesn't exist. You're acknowledging that it does exist.
I'm acknowledging that it's a 900-page book out there called Project 25. I do acknowledge that.
Why do you think they wrote that book?
How many times did it mention Donald Trump?
He didn't read
I didn't read this shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I'm going to tell you
something. I didn't read the shit.
Okay, what I'm going to tell you is that it mentions him various times. But what I will tell you about Donald Trump is that you cannot use his name in something that he does not support. He will sue you. He will shame you. He will make sure that you are not associated with him. He has not fired. He has not chastised. He has not talked trash about anybody.
Yeah.
This is what I'll tell you, Trey. This is what I'll tell you.
All right, I'm going to let you guys wrap it up. Go ahead.
You can call it weak. What I call it is doing my due diligence. Because when I see somebody exhibit the behavior that he's shown, I have to believe what I see. And so when I get on here and I'm talking about stuff, I'm not talking about anything that I've been researched, read over and over again. And you're right, I have been consistent because it's serious. I don't know if you got kids. I don't know if you got sisters or daughters or any of that. But I'm not playing with, I'm not willing to risk not being diligent about this, and as opposed to what you're saying is going, it doesn't affect me. See,
so now my question is this. My last question. What are you going to do about it?
They're going to vote. They're going to vote them out.
I got educated, and what I did is I got educated, and I voted along the lines of the party that was going to protect from the.
Hold on, hang on. And Trey, hold on a second. Trey, I would also ask, because I see in the comments on Will G, I do see you said Agenda 47 is a scaled down version of Project 2025. That is accurate. Have you read Agenda 47 at all, Trey?
I looked at it.
What do you think of that one? Because he's admitting that one.
Like I said, listen, the president is the president for 4 years. Y'all acting like you're scared.
That ain't an answer. That's not an answer what I asked you.
Tim, how old are you, Tim? Ain't you 50-something years old?
Yeah. 50-something, yeah.
How many years? How many fucking presidents had agendas?
Not like this. None
All
like
of them
this.
have agendas. What do you mean?
But none like this.
So because, wait a minute.
Been having agendas. Has it affected you? Has it stopped you from living? Has it stopped you from making a living? Has it stopped you from making money?
If the agendas don't, well, hold on. If what you're saying is true, Trey, that the agendas don't affect you and they don't stop you from making money, then why the hell is everybody talking about they were doing better under Trump than Biden if it don't matter?
It's called inflation, baby.
But
can I say one more thing to him?
I'll let you wrap it up. I'll give you guys both a quick couple minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. So Trey, we all understood at the time during the crack generation that we had to do something. And what the government put in place, it really messed up our generations. We can all admit that. My mother, my grandmother, they was all down with the 95 crime bill. They said we got to do something to stop all of this crime. But then we looked at what the policies were, and then we looked at the implementation. All you got to do is put something in writing, and then you give it to people, and they interpret it. And what they did was the police jacked up a whole bunch of black people. Now we are going into a situation where we're going to put another document into place and say, let's get rid of these people. Let's do these things. It's going to be in the implementation. A whole bunch of innocent people are going to get swept up into this stuff. And whether you can see it or not, I am glad this time we are going to be able to sit back and we're going to be able to watch the Hispanic people deal with what they put in place. All I'm telling you is that, look, whether you think that this is cool because you can't recognize what he's saying, you are going to be the author of what is about to happen to us, man.
All right, I got to move it on, Dick. I'll let him respond.
Well, go ahead, Trey.
I'm going to drop you, Dencal. Let Mike respond, and then I'll move it on. All right, Dencal.
I'm just listening.
I'm gonna say this, and then I'm gonna move on. At the end of the day, first of all, just so you know, Trey, I don't have a master's degree, but I'm a business owner as well, right? I've been trying to, and I've had employees, and when I hear things that when Trump says, no tax on tips and all this stuff about overtime and not doing this and that, as a business owner, if you run your own businesses, you know that when he's saying that it doesn't benefit those employees, right? You know that. You're a business owner. You know those things don't truly benefit your employees, right?
How do you feel that?
No, well, because it doesn't. Because even Trump said, I'm not going to pay overtime. I don't like to pay overtime. You just cut hours. You get to overtime. You never get to overtime. You just cut hours. You think he's putting a policy in place to really help people, or is he helping the business owners, Trey?
So you're telling me that taxing the tips taxing tips and taxing overtime hurts the employer?
First of all, the government's never going to let you get away with not receiving all that money on taxes.
No, answer my question. You're a business owner, so you're telling me it hurts the employer.
Ultimately, maybe not the taxes on tips, but the overtime. You're never going to let your employees get to the point where they use overtime. I wouldn't do that.
Neither one of these things, the tax on the overtime or the tax on the tip, does not affect the employees at all. It affects the government. It affects the government, but it does not affect the employees.
See, so I'm going to leave you with this. Since you think I'm such an angry, what do you call me, Al Sharpton? Al Sharpton, I'm going to leave you with this. Like I said, you've written theses. You sat in classes for hours to study to get your master's degree. And that's commendable. But what you just did on this election is you gave zero time to research the importance of this election. Zero.
All right, Mike.
You did, and I'm going to tell you why. Because the time I put in to learn what I've learned was peanuts compared to what you did to get your master's.
Damn.
It wasn't even the equivalent, but unfortunately, I know more about this than you do.
All right. You have no clue how much time I put into this election. No clue at all, brother.
All right, I got to move it on, gentlemen. All right, folks. All right, Tim. Appreciate it. Different format. Thank you, Trey. Real quick, Trey, go ahead and wrap it up.
Have a good day, brother. Have a good day, Al Sharpton.
You had to throw that shit in there. Anytime, come on back, Trey. I think you're full of shit on some of that. Always a pleasure talking to you. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Chi-town, baby. Chi-town.
Holla back. All right, moving on with the program. And not different format. I seen Will G. Thank you for the super chat. Will, you like that? How many of you folks favorite that? I don't normally bring up multiple guests. I don't generally like a program that gets too chaotic, people talking all over each other, but they certainly were civilized with it. So let me know in the comments, because that's certainly abnormal for this particular platform. I know a lot of other live streamers have, you may have 7-8 people in there. We don't do it that way, but let me know what you think, because we might be willing to entertain it. If I can get civilized guests that, for the most part, have opposing opinions. I will moderate it as usual, but let me know. Anyway, Will G, other presidents' agendas wanted to implement. Wait a minute. Other presidents' agendas wanted to implement and create new agendas. Trump's agenda. Now, Trump does have that mindset that all the three-letter organizations are government waste. That the government's too large. I think when he came on the scene last go round, he said for every three-letter organization he created, he was going to get rid of 2. None of that ever materialized, but he was saying that same thing last time about draining the swamp and all of that. There's pros and cons to it. I do believe there is some waste in government, but remember the train catastrophe in Palestine, Ohio? Many would suggest that some of Trump's reduction in regulations may have been the fault for that, where you got this big train carrying all this toxic material going through an urban area, and there's only 2 people on board because they reduced the regulations so much that he only had, by law, only 2 people had to be on board this train. You had a train a mile long. Remember back in the old days, you had a caboose, somebody was in the back, you had an engineer up front, and you may have had a crew. And they've reduced regulations so much that, well, to save money, the company or any company wants to cut labor costs. They're going to cut labor costs as much as the law allows. I'll tell you one thing, like on a commercial airliner, you generally have a pilot and co-pilot. If you reduced regulation, it would probably just be 1 person up there. I mean, you could say, because one of them is just sitting there as a backup, pilot, co-pilot. Only one of them is needed to fly the aircraft. If the FAA got rid of their regulations, you would be on the plane with only 1 pilot. That's what happens when you get rid of regulation. And then, of course, if something happens to that pilot, boom, everybody's gone. So sometimes you can save money, but eventually it can come back to bite you. And that Palestine, Ohio train catastrophe, many would believe that is a result of that. Both Hillary and Harris started with H. I don't quite get that. Mina, you says both Hillary. You're talking Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris start. Oh, their names. Both Hillary and Harris start with H. Vice President picked of. I'm trying to get the wording of this. Both Hillary and Harris started with H. VP pick of both named Tim. Oh, Tim Walsh and what was Hillary Clinton's pick? Tim, the guy from Ohio. Yeah, you're right. But they both did have the name of Tim. You're right. Tim Kaine. Okay, so Tim Walsh and Tim Kaine. Who thinks of this shit? Tim Kaine with Hillary. Both Tims look alike. Goofy looking beta males. Oh my God. Who thinks of that? But she is right though. Hillary, but Hillary and Harris, Hillary is the first name, Harris is the last name. But then you're right, they both picked a Tim Kaine and Tim Walsh for vice presidents. And then you suggest they both look alike. Does Tim Kaine look like Tim Walsh? I'd have to look up the picture. Nobody's talked about Tim Kaine since, and they're not going to be talking about Tim Walsh much longer either. So, and I see in the comments, Drew says, what does it got to do with anything? It has nothing to do with anything at all. But as I said, who thinks of that? Continuing on the program, he feels safe in the city, come to the country where the law is different. Good point. Good point. Law is certainly different out there. Continuing on the program, Democrats knew the gig was up when they selected Barry to run. Have someone that looks similar. What the hell? I'm assuming Barry is a reference to Barack Obama, obviously meant to be an insult because nobody calls Barack Barry other than the folks that don't like him. But you're saying the Democrats knew the gig was up when they selected Barry to run. Gotta have someone that looks similar. So you have another black man? Is that what I don't quite get what you're saying, but I'll leave it at that. Let me continue on with the program. Can we get to 100,000? Can y'all make that happen? Can y'all make that happen? Tap the screen, get the likes up. What is it that got? Yeah, let me go back to the box. I was rereading the comment. Sarah Poi. Good evening. Welcome to the program, Sarah. Be curious to see, Sarah. Now, with the women, you got some women now wearing these blue ribbons to indicate they're not one of the women that sided with Trump. I'm seeing that because a lot of the white women are all over YouTube, all over social media. Apparently, they're feeling kind of guilty. Mostly, I'm talking white liberal women. The white liberal women are feeling guilty that their category voted in favor of Trump. More than 50%, like 54% or something like that, whatever it is, more than 50% of white women voted for Trump. All the other groups was well under 50%. I think Hispanic women were like 38%, which is still pretty damn high. Black women, only 7% of black women voted for Trump. So he did terrible with black women. But you don't need black women. They're the smallest demographic out of the three. But liberal white women that are ashamed of what happened with their genre. Apparently, there's this movement to wear blue bracelets indicating that they side with women's right to choose, and just basically that's the anti-Trump movement, the anti-Republican, anti-right-wing movement, and to let folks know I'm not one of them. I'm not one. So you're 52%, Drew. 52% of white women voted with Trump. All right. Dims, don't want to see what I see here. Real quick, I wanted to respond to a super chat. Will G says they call us conspiracy theorists when we bring up Project 2025, but they come up with bullshit with names and features. Yeah. Look, at the end of the day, Trump is denying Project 2025. I get it. But the notion that the Democrats tying Trump to 2025 is ridiculous. Now, there's a lot of legitimate reasons to suspect Trump has something to do with Project 2025. It could be wrong. Maybe Trump is telling the truth. Maybe he does not have anything to do with Project 2025. But damn it, his name is in it dozens of times. People that have connections to him and his administration are part of it. So the idea that it sounds stupid to even blame any connection with him to it is ridiculous. There is connection. Maybe he's right about, well, I ain't got nothing to do with it, but there's a lot of links and connections there. So I don't think it's ridiculous to question or suspect that. And then, of course, Steve Bannon on apparently making a joke or some reference to Project 2025 actually being real. And then Agenda 47, which Trump does claim allegiance to, being very similar. So it's not as far-fetched or ridiculous as my last caller made it sound, in my opinion. Anyhow, folks, I do appreciate the 93,000. We didn't quite get to 100,000, but I would ask that you follow the program on TikTok, subscribe on YouTube. If you enjoy this type of civilized dialogue from all sides of the aisle without any concern of the host block banning or censoring you, I would ask that you follow the program. We are here Monday through Friday. I'm trying to get a solid time slot again. I got family obligations. This doesn't pay the bills, of course, so I'm trying to make that happen. I do appreciate you folks tuning in. It is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. I see that, Drew. You said I'm almost at 100,000. Hang on. I'll give you a moment. Appreciate it. Thank you. Do I have to play games with the microphone like President Trump does to get that 100,000? Tap the screen. Get your boy up to 100,000. Send me off correctly. And on YouTube, feel free to smash that like button. As I said, subscribe to the channel until we get here tomorrow. Denkow! Shout out for the subscription. Thank you folks that have subscribed to the program. Absolutely helps out the program. I get my subscribers first digs in the box as usual. I do appreciate that. I do appreciate all that support. We are close as Texas Mom. Let me go ahead and pull up the microphone and put another Trump again. But let me just do his dance. He does a lot of things with his hands, so to speak, if you know what I mean. When we all can afford to live, y'all shall see. I haven't had any problems living under the Biden administration. Super chat, any thoughts is infinity. I would like to figure out a way to bring up MAGA on my YouTube platforms. I absolutely want to talk to more MAGA one way, somehow. I do have an Instagram account. I believe you can bring folks up there. Handsome Liberal on Instagram. I would encourage you go follow it. I'm learning how to work it. I specifically bought another device. So I was on Instagram live the other day. So while we're streaming here on these three platforms, Instagram was a fourth platform. But because not enough folks came on that site, I didn't put the device up. But I do now stream on Instagram live as well. Anywhere where MAGA can find me, I'm trying to go. I have a Rumble account as well. I don't have enough subscribers there yet to go live. All of them are under the same name, the Handsome Liberal. Andy, thank you. Appreciate that. So that 100,000, thank you, folks. As always, it's your boy Tim, the Handsome Liberal. Good night. I will see you tomorrow. Thank you, folks, on YouTube as well. Thank you for the subscription. By the way, Will G, definitely want to give you a shout out for showing the program some love. You're certainly a very kind subscriber to the show. Will G, appreciate it. Talk to you guys tomorrow. And same